Yep, this is the full game. Do I really need a tutorial? Hey there, Timmer. Well, if you're gonna intend to play this spoiler-free, then you should not watch the stream. If you want to play this yourself. Because I intend to play this fully through. Can I play windowed mode? Nice. Gonna have to fix this. Alright, Goblin, we'll see you later. At least I'm glad about the news for Goblin that it wasn't anything serious. Alright, let's get into it. Okay. Crimson, Ontario, 1914. Now that's a big fish. The Royal Canadian Museum, Toronto, Ontario. There's us.
There you are, Nancy. This is it. What we've been waiting for. Far up north, a fisherman found a massive diamond in the belly of a fish. This could be a real boon for our mineralogy exhibit. We need something better than those dilettantes over in geology. I want our exhibit to be the talk of the town. It's too bad that we can't spare anyone to head up to the middle of nowhere on such a long shot.
You can spare me. Let me go, Professor Plumber. It will be perfect. Everyone else is busy with the new exhibits while I've just been learning the filing system. That could wait a day or two, wouldn't it? Or couldn't it?
I'm not usually in the habit of sending unsupervised young ladies into less civilized regions, but as luck would have it, the discovery was made near a lodge where I'm sure you could stay while you conduct your fieldwork. You win, Nancy. Get on home, pack your bags, and catch the train up north.
Hooray! Thanks so much, Professor.
If we find something that can make a big splash at the museum, who knows? Maybe the university will finally accept you as a mineralogy student. Good luck, kiddo.
I won't let you down. A few hours later. Here's my train.
Man, like an idiot.
This is it. My first time out of the city. I'm going to make the most of this trip. I can't wait to see the rocks of Northern Ontario. Goodbye, big city. Hello, adventure. A few hours later.
See?
Zzz. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Not at all. Please have a seat. Thanks. My name is Kimi Kishiro. Where are you headed? Pleased to meet you. I'm Nancy Maple. I'm bound for a town called Crimson. Oh my, you've got some hours yet. I should know because that's where I'm going. I'm a clerk for the Royal Canadian Museum. My boss sent me to check out the diamond claim up there. I hadn't heard of that discovery. Then again, I don't pay much attention to the news. It's a very strange story. Up by Crimson, a fish swallowed a huge diamond. A fisherman caught it, sliced it open, and there it was, this spectacular sparkling gem. Can you imagine? I jumped at the chance to investigate. This is my first time out of the city. I couldn't be more excited. Where will you be staying when we get to the Crimson? A place called Crimson Lodge. I'm staying at Crimson Lodge. I'm a bird watcher. I hear there are nesting colonies of cormorants up there. That's what I want to see. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Sulaks while I'm in the area. I'd love to see the big ships up close. Wonderful! We can be traveling companions. I'd very much like that.
You and Kimmy chat amiably for a while. As the day wears on, the rhythm of the train moving over the tracks and the monotony of the scenery lulls you into a deep sleep. That is a big moon. But then again, the moon looks bigger when it's at the horizon. The conductor announces, Grissom, just stop.
Nancy, it's time to go. Ah, thanks. Oh no! Where's my luggage? It's not here. There's no luggage left at all. My field kit's in there. What am I gonna do? The train will be leaving soon. Nancy, we have to leave now. Ah!
Poor Nancy.
Oh, I had no idea anyone else was still on the train. Hello there.
Hello.
I didn't notice you in the train. Isn't that funny?
Not really. I was in the Fast and First Class car.
I'm here to see the nesting cormorants. Is that why you're here?
Cormorant? Is that a type of rodent? Excuse me, folks. But I was sent to pick up just one person from the station tonight, Mr. Albert Respa, a European fellow, expert meteorologist on assignment, hired by the federal government on loan from Antwerp. I wasn't told he'd be bringing any secretaries' wives or girlfriends.
I'm sorry for the confusion, sir.
Jack.
I'm sorry for the confusion, Jack, but we don't know this man at all. My name is Nancy Maple, and my friend here is Kimi Kishiro. I was sent from the Royal Canadian Museum to investigate the diamond claim up by Crimson Lodge. And I'm here to see the nesting cormorants. We're both here to stay at the lodge and go about our business. Do you know which way it is from here?
I surely know where it is, but because that's where I drove out from. But, I'm sorry to tell you ladies, the lodge has been closed to the public for months. You didn't hear? My boss, Mr. Richards, he's getting on. He's done with the lodging business. All he wants is peace and quiet. But then this whole diamond fiasco starts up, folks all up in arms. He's not pleased at all, I can tell you. This gentleman is here to on the government's orders. Mr. Richards can't do much about that. But you too.
Well, that's unfortunate, but you only have yourselves to blame for being uninformed. Let's be off, Jack. Good evening, ladies.
The thing is, ain't no one's coming by here at this time of night. And the nearest accommodation is the lodge, which is a few hours away by automobile even still. Look here, I'll drive you ladies up to the lodge for the night. Tomorrow morning I'll bring you back here so you can catch the train. As it is, Mr. Richards is going to be peeved about hosting unexpected guests. I mean, even more than he is already. His sister's come up from the city to stake her claim. And she brought a lawyer to boot. Come along now. Sure. I'll get those for you.
I mean, you can tell from the monocle and the fancy suit and everything that this is a pompous ass. Quote 15. That fat ass is a pompous fat ass.
Sir, your trunks arrived a few days ago. Oh, they sure are heavy.
Oh, yes, of course. Boy, it sure gets dark here at night.
Well, she is a city girl. She is used to city lights at night. Lucky for you, I've made this trip many times. Used to be you folks would come here out here in the summers for recreation. And before my time, settlers came to this area in hopes of building lives for themselves. But once the mines were used up, there wasn't much reason for him to stay. The soil ain't that good.
Have you seen any cormorants? I'm hoping to see some.
Yeah, they nest up on the cliffside. Stay away though. They don't like being disturbed, particularly during nesting season, which happens to be right now. So if you're so wild about birds, I'd let them alone. You do more harm than good. Besides, tomorrow morning I'll be taking you right back to the train station. You won't have any time to go looking for them.
Have any other diamonds been found around the lodge?
First of all, no way to know if that rock even came from around here. I've lived in this area for years and I ain't never seen any diamonds, so I know for a fact that it didn't come from these parts. They say the man cut it out of the belly of a fish. That diamond could have come from anywhere upstream. You folks are wasting your time, sorry to say. Who cares about shiny rocks anyway? No use to anybody.
We shall see about that.
Great car.
Your travel-weary companions resist your attempts at chit-chat. It seems that Kimmy and Albert have fallen asleep, although in the almost complete darkness it's hard to tell. It's impossible for Jack to hear you from the back seat above the cacophony of the engine and the automobile rattling over the rough country road. You decided it would be best not to distract them anyway.
Here we are.
Wow, it's spectacular.
You know what? I almost don't mind having more bodies in the lodge. Feels not so empty. Feels like old times. Make yourself at home while you're here.
Thanks, Jack.
Welcome to Crimson Lodge.
I'm going to my room.
Miss Kishiro, Miss Maple, your bedroom is upstairs at the end of the hall on the right. The bedroom across the hall from you, that's Mr. Richards' suite. Try to keep quiet and stay out of his way, won't you? He shares the suite with Margot. She's his lady friend. I'm in the bedroom right next to yours, along with Mr. Shaw. Albert demanded the use of my bedroom, so that's where he is. Don't know why he was so insistent, but the customer's always right, eh? That's the smallest bedroom, and it wasn't really meant for guests. Nessa's room is across the hall from Albert. I'd stay away from her if I was you. After I get this luggage upstairs, I'm gonna start up some supper. Wouldn't do the have you all starve, eh? Why don't you explore the lodge a little? Talk to the other folks. Most important, stay out of my hair. I'm a busy man. Not literally, of course. Oh, and if you want to shower tonight, use the upstairs bathroom near the stairs. It's very pink. You can't miss it. Wonder if Nat's still here. How many places do I gotta sit at the table tonight? You and Kimmy head upstairs to your bedroom. You don't have any luggage to unpack, but you hang your hat and coat on the footboard of your bed and consider yourself settled in.
Chapter 1 Introductions.
To move Nancy, you can click the feet icon on your target destination. Or you can use the arrow keys to move.
I should talk to everyone and get to know them a little before dinner.
Your notebook will tell you what you need to do to progress through the game. Type notebook or N when you need to refer to it. When you have lots of notes, click the arrow buttons or press the arrow keys to scroll through them. Essential objectives that must be completed to progress in the game will be marked with XXX. Type review at any time to check your current goals.
Seeing as I've lost my luggage, I don't have much to amuse myself with before dinner. Perhaps if I take a look around, time will pass a bit faster.
Typing look into the text parser is a good way to get your bearings. Game has autosaved. This is the bedroom you are sharing with Kimmy. A pair of twin beds and a matching nightstands are set against the east wall. Kimmy has claimed the bed closest to the fireplace, a clever move on her part as summer nights are still chilly this far north. A door in the west wall leads back into the upstairs hallway. Kimmy is here. The fieldstone fireplace looks like it would come in handy on chilly nights. There's a fireplace tool stand next to it. There's some powdery soot accumulating in the fireplace. The fireplace stand holds a shovel and a poker. The fancy glass paned curio cabinet is full of fine items. A pair of intricately decorated silver stains catches your eye. The curio cabinet is locked. But I can see some lovely objects in there, particularly a beautiful matching pair of decorated silver steins. I've never been to a place like this before. I'm excited to explore, and I love meeting new people. Yes, you are the inquisitive type, aren't you? Jack did invite you to introduce yourself to everyone else, after all. It's only polite. I most certainly am. Would you like to join me? No thanks, Nancy. I'm exhausted. That bumpy ride from the train station has left me a bit frazzled. I'm looking forward to some peace and quiet before dinner. No, I can take a hint. I'll leave you be. Oh, one more thing. While you were asleep, Jack mentioned some old lodge brochures stored in the curio cabinet's drawer. They were meant for guests back when the lodge was used as an inn. Even though we may not stay long, he said we're welcome to take them as keepsakes. Thanks, Kimmy.
Notebook will track your progress through your goals.
Now that you've talked to Kimmy, it's marked with an X in your notebook.
You open it.
The curio drawer is stuffed with old brochures and back from when the lodge was still being run as an inn. You pick up one of the lodge brochures. You can also ask characters about different topics. Try ask Kimmy about brochure or just ask about brochure. I like brochures of places I visited. It was nice of Jack to offer the lodge brochures to us. Though I wonder if he's just trying to get rid of them, as the lodge is no longer in business as an inn. Type map into the parser to open the lodge brochure and see the map inside. Or you can look at the brochure in your inventory. This place is big. Even got a conservatory outside. Front door, parlor, mudroom, powder room, closet, bar, dining room, billiards room, study, kitchen, innkeeper's quarters, guest room, 1, 2, 3. Linen closet, bathroom, spare room, servant's quarters, and a balcony. A comfy window seat looks like it would be a nice place to do some reading. You don't see anything noteworthy. The windows offer breathtaking views over the dense forest below. It's dark outside. Type help or H to open the help window. There is a list of parser shortcuts to simplify using the parser. Example OD means open door. A masterful oil painting is framed and hung at the end of the upstairs hallway. The plaque reads L. Harris. You get no response. Press S or move the mouse cursor to the top of the screen to open the main menu for more options. You can save, load your game, adjust the game speed, and more. An issue of the Toronto Eye from a few weeks ago. You admired the minute dots that comprise the newspaper photograph of a round cut diamond. The natural diamond described in the article would be an octahedron, not a faceted specimen. What an embarrassing inaccuracy. Your lucky mineralogist's loop, engraved with your name and attached to a handy lanyard. Great for getting a closer look at things. You hate the notebook? Type inv or the tab button to open your inventory window. You can look at and examine your inventory in the window. You can choose between the default graphical inventory or text-based inventory in the main menu. You get a response. You knock lightly on Albert's door. Leave me alone, whoever it is. I am busy. Use the backlash key or type pause or P to pause the game. The game also pauses when the parser inventory menu windows are open. This is the upstairs hallway. The door opposite the stairs in the west wall is a storage closet. The hallway continues to the north and south. The upstairs closet is where Jack stores the bedding, towels, and cleaning implements. Some spare furniture stored here too. You see a huge wardrobe, a green trunk, and a blue trunk. A door in the east wall leads back to the upstairs hallway. The blue steamer trunk is worn, dusty, and has a large crack in one of its corners. There's a green steamer trunk in the corner. It's worn and dusty. The enormous wooden wardrobe has paneled doors and brass pulls. It's a weathered, sun-bleached piece of furniture. You open it. The wardrobe is full of dusty, cobwebby old junk. There's a cane, a blanket, an old lamp, and some books. Can I get the lamp? The old lamp is probably broken and probably a house for spiders. Better leave it where it is. You decide to leave the cane for someone who would need it. One shelf stands at the back wall, full of battered books. Another shelf is by the door and holds linen and towels. The paint cans hold red paint and purple paint. A mop in the middle bucket stands in a corner. There's a straw broom tucked in into a corner. This little bookshelf is full of not very interesting books. Other handy keyboard shortcuts are Ctrl A for ask about, Ctrl T for to talk to, Ctrl L to look at, Ctrl E for examine. WWE will walk you to the east exit if it exists. If there's an open door, you will walk through it. You get no response. You get no response.
Oh, that's a spare room, and there's the bathroom. The upstairs bathroom is decorated in shades of pink, green, and purple. It's a little garish. There's a medicine cabinet mounted above the sink. There's a door in the east of... It's you, all right. The medicine cabinet contains the usual remedies you'd expect to find. Dr. Kilmer's swamp root, Mayor's system regulator and tonic, red cloverine pills, a bottle of catarrh remedy, and Beecham's patent pills. Hey, Bennigan, yep, I completed GTA. Only took me 30 minutes. I was that close to the end. There was only 2 missions left. I mean, I could have finished it yesterday, but nerves, man. Just couldn't continue playing. So I redid the mission, and I did it in one go. One try. These actually look really, really old and dried up. The labels are peeling off too. They're probably not very effective anymore. At the far end of the room is a bathtub encircled by a bright pink shower curtain. There are bathtub faucets and a shower valve.
Take a bath.
Either that isn't here or you see no need for that. Use bath? Use isn't used in this game. Other verbs are required. Oh. Would you look at that? Look, examine, search, get, take, talk to, ask about, open, close, save game. Margot, Albert, Corvus, Nessa, Nathan, Kimi, Evan, and Jack. Ab is ask about something. LAA, look at Albert. What an interesting engine. The bathtub is empty. The waste paper basket in the pink bathroom has been painted bright pink to match the decor. There isn't anything in this waste paper basket. It's a pull chain, high tank porcelain toilet with a wooden seat. Unfortunately, that doesn't accomplish anything.
A woman with voluminous whiplash hair is advertising cigarettes in this Art Nouveau poster. The balcony provides a spectacular view of the grounds below. You can move further along the balcony to the west and east. This is the front western section of the lodge. To the west you can see the carriage house. South of here is the forest. East of here is the lodge's front door. This is the front eastern section of the lodge. A stone path leads east to the orchard. South of here is the forest, and west of here is the lodge's front door. The spare room is brightly decorated and inviting. There's a love seat, a fancy lamp, and some decorated plates. The door to the restaurant. The bookshelf contains a set of classic literature as well as a number of storybooks. There's also a framed photograph. The photograph appears to be of Evan and Nessa's parents, posed in front of the newly built lodge. The Art Nouveau poster is an advertisement for absinthe, featuring an auburn-haired woman in a sheer robe. A trio of pretty decorative plates sit on a small curio shelf. I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about. Here.
We've only just arrived, but I can't wait to leave. I've always hated this place.
We'll get this whole affair straightened out and be gone in no time. Of course, locating the will would expedite our departure.
I told you, I don't even know if there is a will here.
That does complicate things, yes.
Well, you do your job and I'll do mine.
A note has been added to your notebook.
Nessa and Corvus are looking for a will. The parlor is fussily decorated with elaborate wallpaper and a cushy carpet. A cut crystal bowl of Jordan almonds sits on a low table. There's a fancy pair of armchairs and a camelback sofa. A small bronze sculpture stands on an ornate cupboard. Door to the west and door to the east. You see a stern older woman with great streaking her brown hair. You see a tall, natty man with brown hair and a striped vest. Nathan is not here to talk to.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Maple. It's nice to meet you. I'm Nessa Crab, Evan's older sister. What on earth are you doing here? Are you another one of Evan's gold-digging girlfriends? Not at all. But I am a diamond-digging mineralogist. At least I hope to be. The government has sent a professional to handle that. Stay out of his way.
Talk to Nessa.
Hei SNK,
Hei TK. Hiltaa Suomi-pojat.
Hello, how do you do? My name's Nancy Maple.
Oh, Miss Maple, my name is Corvus Shaw. I'm Mrs. Nessa Crab's Nee Richards, a lawyer. She is Evan's older sister.
He gestures to the woman seated on the sofa.
I'm here to advise her on the legal implications of the situation.
What is this game lore in short? Fisherman found a big diamond inside a fish. We're a student of mineralogy sent here. We lost our luggage, and this place has a lot of people for reasons unknown. And apparently, the older sister of the owner of this lodge is looking for a will. Because apparently, the person who owns this place is about to. Is not in a good condition, as far as I've learned. And there's a snooty, pompous ass Englishman who is a professional mineralogist to check out the diamond. I guess that's why it's called the Crimson Diamond, because it was found inside a fish, yeah. But then again, actually, it might be called the Crimson Diamond because this town is called the Crimson. And this is the Crimson Lodge that we're in. I also like it that the butler, or the servant who works here, that took us into this place, he said that it's nice to have more people around here so it doesn't feel so empty because they have closed down this being an inn and a lodge. And yet there's like 8 more people than me and the person who came with us. There was another lady on the train who we started talking with, and they came here as well, and they're here for bird watching. Although I'm pressing X hard to doubt that she's for some other business around here, I'm sure. Blood red town, blood red inn, blood red fish with blood red diamond inside it. And yet the whole place is mostly pink. Like the insides of a fish. Their flesh is pink. It's all connected. The oil painting depicts a canoe docked on the shore of a lake. While you're no expert, you feel it is quite well done. The hardwood cupboard has a bowed front double door. The bronze figure is a dancing woman lifting her skirts. She stands on a great marble base. A lovely fancy cut crystal bowl full of Jordan almonds. That achieves a little effect. Oh, right. Get almond, not talk to almond. Never knowing when a confection that could double as a small caliber ammunition might come in handy, you take a handful. A handful of Jordan almonds, colorful, unpalatable, and harder than most rocks you've studied. The surface of Jordan almond is disconcertingly smooth and unblemished. Can nothing scratch its indomitable shell? So I'm guessing those are like hard candies. Like jawbreakers. Never know when a confection might answer back. That's true. I mean, I could talk to the statue. That achieves a little effect. Can I get the statue? The bronze figure would make an incredibly inconspicuous and oddly shaped lump in your pocket, and it looks very heavy. The inside of the cupboard contains stacks of lodge brochures. They sure have a lot of brochures around here. I mean, our room's drawer was filled with them. This is filled with them. So that's the mud room. The mud room has a tile floor, making it easier to clean. There is a low basin for washing off boots. There's a wooden storage area with lockers, drawers, baskets, and cubbies for boots. A door to the west and a door to the east. Which boots would you like to look at? The women's boots or the men's boots? You don't see any women here, besides yourself, of course.
The women's boots are quite petite, with a small heel. They're made of black leather with rubber soles and appear well used and maintained. You can just make out the tiny letter M's in the women's boots just above the number 5.5. That confirms these boots belong to Margot and that she wears size 5.5 boots. The men's boots are size 12 and have rubber soles and rounded toe boxes. They are very worn and are made of faded brown leather. I wonder if these are Mr. Richards' boots. In Finland, grandmas don't give jawbreakers. Instead, they give those weird red fox-colored candies that taste like sugar.
Mmm. They're the best.
Hey, Vorsti. Not mine, I got those in German apothecary herb candies with the huge plus sign.
Oh, those ones.
Yeah, my grandma's, either one didn't give candy. They didn't have like a bowl of candy around.
They just fed us with food. And with the dessert, like geeseli for dessert. Especially my mom's side, always geeseli.
Take a closer look at the men's boots in the right-hand copy. Thanks to your loop, you can clearly see the initials ER written on the side of the boots in small letters above the number 12. These boots belong to Mr. Richards. Rubber soles, too. You also appear at the men's boots in the left-hand copy. There's another pair of boots there that are marked with a J and are also size 12. Ah, these must be Jack's boots. These have leather soles. This could be handy information to know later.
Yep.
There are some heavy shirts or jackets hanging from the hooks. Now the clothing here looks particularly interesting. I am right at the beginning, Vorsti. I only just started this game. Because I played through GTA 3.
Interesting.
Sorry, you can't do that. Why not? The right locker contains more old clothes. Pihlaja, yep. Pihlaja has a little bit of flavor to it, but mostly it's just candy. They're like sugar. That's all it is. But I like them as a kid. They're great. You open the drawer. The right drawer contains some dried mud and part of broken shoelace. The broken shoelace is brown. The shoelace looks like it wore down over time before it eventually failed. They are really soft, so you can eat them without teeth. I guess that's why Grandma always had them. Yep. There's an old red shirt hanging on the hook in the left locker. All of the clothing here could use a good wash.
red shirt isn't particularly notable. The left drawer is empty. So this is the powder room. This is a well-appointed powder room. There is a small storage cupboard and a green bar of soap sits on the pedestal sink. An oval mirror in a fancy brass frame hangs on the wall. The window looks out into the yard. You like the view, so decide to leave the curtain alone. Alright. There's a small cupboard in the bathroom, probably for storing bathroom essentials. Hey, Zambak. The cupboard contains extra rolls of bathroom tissue. The elegant pedestal sink features a flared base. Its massive faucets match the hanging mirror frame. Soap. The soap is bright green. Can I get the soap? What would everyone else use to wash their hands? Leave the soap alone. Can I wash hands? You wash your hands. The wastepaper basket in the powder room has been painted purple to match the decor. Hey, Chris. Hey, mercenary. So this is the closet and bar. This is a rather large closet. You see some tools, a basket full of old rolled up rugs, a gigantic wardrobe, and a worn cupboard. A sled, shovel, and a mop lean against the wall. A door in the east wall leads back to the main floor hallway. You open it. There's nothing in the cupboard. The wardrobe contains a stack of old cracked flower pots, a broom, and an empty keg. You close it. Yeah, they are yucca menthol, if I remember correctly as well, TK Pirate. I don't know why people consider them candy, because they're mostly cough drops, because it's eucalyptus and menthol. But still, they are sold in karkkitori as candy. It's like, that's not candy, that's a cough drop, because of what's inside it. I mean, sure, it has sugar in it and all that, but it's still not a candy, it's a cough drop. Google the yucca menthol, and one of the first pictures is tervetuloa mummolaan and picture of the candy. So this was the bar. This is a cozy bar decorated in warm hues of crimson and coral. A trio of stools are stationed in front of an elaborately curved bar. There is an oversized armchair and a striped love seat. And then the west and down the room, wait, noise. Lithographed poster advertising absinthe hangs in the corner. A lot of absinthe. A multitude of bottles sit on the back counter of the bar containing various liqueurs. I'll be constantly typing OD and CD. Worste. Like this. The dining room is an impressive sight. A massive Persian rug covers the floor, on top of which stands an elegant dining table and matching chairs. There's a buffet and a display cabinet set against the north wall, and a pair of elaborate oriental jardinières are in opposing corners. Door to the west leads to the main floor hallway. You can see the kitchen through the doorway in the north wall, and the bar through the doorway of the south wall. Share those liqueurs since there's shelves of them. The kitchen has a rough-hewn rustic charm. The lack of decorations and fine furnishing implies that this room wasn't meant to be seen by the lodge's guests. There are cupboards along the walls and an icebox in the corner. Door to the west leads to the hallway, dining room through the doorway to the south wall, and there's a door to the east wall that leads outside. A strip of yellow fly paper dangles near the door. Jack is here. The sticky fly paper is loaded with dead flies frozen in various states of mortal struggle. Ew! You have absolutely no desire to take a closer look at that. That's good, Chris. Try to keep that up. Too much alcohol is not good for you. The icebox is a mainstay of any well-equipped kitchen. It contains the cool foods. Cool foods, like, hell yeah, we're foods in here. Not that kind? Alright. There is a saucepan and a kettle on the stove pot on top. The saucepan is simmering on the stove top. It might be some type of gravy or sauce. There's a green ceramic mixing bowl on the kitchen island. Jack is mixing in the bowl. Why you are not in the bowl? You're supposed to be in there. At least according to the description. That doesn't seem to work. Jack is a tall, lean man with a shiny bald head. He is Mr. Richards' employee and is in charge of the cooking, cleaning, gardening, and myriad other tasks the lodge might require. He's weary, but still seems to be in decent spirits. Jack is somewhere in his 40s. Jack is busy preparing dinner.
Hello, Jack. How are you doing? Do you need a hand?
I've got everything under control here. You go on, talk with the other folks.
But I do need to OD. Thank you. But I need to CD.
CD's nuts! I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about.
Ave.
So, are we going to do what are we going to do about this?
What are we going to do about it? We aren't going to do anything. I'm going to stay out of everyone's way and wait for all this to blow over.
But what if they find him?
Shh! Listen, if you want to talk, we'll do it privately later. Meet me in the study after dinner.
Voices? Maybe she was talking about you. I'm just doing the voices. Evan and Nathan are meeting in the study after dinner. The conservatory is a stunning showpiece of a room. Surely the expense and trouble to bring this many panes of glass this far north must have been enormous. There's a door into the sanctuary. You see a husky older man wearing beaten up denim overalls, a tall, broad man with long dark hair, and a fringed jacket. A large man in a fringed jacket is trying to relax in an armchair. A balding man with salt and pepper hair is here. He's pretty grumpy.
Hello, my name is Nancy Maple. How do you do?
Hello, Miss Maple. I'm well, thank you. My name is Nathan Cardinal, a family friend of Evan's. How do you know him?
Oh, I don't actually know Mr. Richards at all. The Royal Canadian Museum sent me here on assignment. I'm to survey the land and find out if there are diamonds here. A discovery like that would surely make a splash when the museum opens to the public.
You're wasting your time, I'm sorry to say. My family has lived in this area for many, many years and have never found diamonds here. Small red garnets are still plentiful, but of little value.
I've talked to Nathan.
Hello, my name's Nancy Maple and I'm a mineralogist on assignment from the Royal Canadian Museum.
I'm Evan Richards. Look, you and your friend can stay the night, but tomorrow morning Jack will put you on a train back to the city.
But my boss sent me up here on behalf of the Royal Canadian Museum. I'm a mineralogist.
I've got too much on my plate as it is, what with my sister and a lawyer of hers. And one mineralogist is already one too many. Jack sent him up in a bedroom upstairs. Not for too long, I hope. Yet another new guest. He arrived along with you and your friend, yes? I think I saw him go upstairs to unpack his things. This is my older sister. We don't get along. In fact, I haven't seen her in decades. She went off to the city when she was 18. And now she's back with that horrible lawyer Corvus, all greedy and grubby. Too bad there ain't nothing for her here. She's probably in the parlor. She likes it there. It's the fuzziest room in the lodge.
An unfriendly woman. I have no reason to speak with her. Ask about Corvus.
Ugh, that guy, snooty. No surprise that someone my sister Nessa likes is someone I can barely stand. No surprise that someone my sister Nessa likes is someone I can barely stand. There. The structure of it confused me for a second. He's here to make sure she gets hers, which ain't nothing more than what she left behind when she was 18. I think he's in the parlor with Nessa. Mr. Shaw arrived here with Nessa, Evan's sister. He's a lawyer. As soon as Nessa heard the news of this purported diamond claim, she came rushing up from the city. Corvus Shaw is here to assist Nessa with any possible legal matters that should arise regarding the lodge and its land. He seems to think pretty highly of himself.
The drawer is empty. This is Evan Richards' well-appointed study. Next to the ornately carved fireplace, there's a fine tapestry depicting a forest scene. There's a display cabinet beside the fireplace. A fancy desk with the brass fittings sits on the plush carpet. You surmise this room was once used by Evan's father, as it doesn't seem to be his taste. Someone's in the parlor with Nessa, someone's in the parlor I know. Someone's in the parlor with Nessa, strumming on the old banjo. Apparently you guys know the song. I don't. Don't recognize what the joke is. There's a handsome cabinet in the corner of the study with polished brass pulls. The glass paint cabinet is full of curios and memorabilia, old tarnished trophies, and an assortment of glass and ceramic vases. The trophies are old and tarnished, which might be why they are stored away. You open the left drawer. You open the right drawer. There are some woolen blankets in these drawers. It must get chilly in here despite the fireplace. The bookshelves contain a set of encyclopedias and various books of general interest. Desk. This is Evan Richards' writing desk. The sturdy mahogany surface sits on double pedestals, each of which boasts a drawer and a cupboard. Atop of the desk is a blotter, a brass lamp with a green glass shade, a clock, and pen stand set. The green leather blotter has been worn smooth from repeated use over many years. There's nothing under the blotter. Yet. Dun dun dun. The desk is locked. Hey, Henker. Shovel, brush, poker, and tongs. Although the moose head looks pretty impressive on the wall, you can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the animal. I just ran into the wall really hard. You can see its blood outside. A billiard table dominates the center of the room. There's a cue stand against one wall and a card table nestled in a corner. A door in the western wall is the... The billiard balls are pleasingly round and colorful, smooth and shiny. Nice and shiny. Soon to be nice and bloody, am I right? A massive billiards table dominates the center. Look at the card table. The square card table has a lovely maple inlay.
That's a lot of nuts!
Ayobi! Balls are also pleasingly round. Are they smooth? Talk to Evan, talk to Nathan, talk to Nessa, Corvus, Jack. So the only one that I haven't talked to is Margot and Albert. I talked to Kimmy as well. Howdy, serkku. Hello, cousin. Are we gonna go bowling? My goodness, it's dark as anything out there. I have no need to go out this way right now. There is no there is no serkku, Gabriel. It was Ubi just saying howdy, cousin. That's what serkku is in Finnish. So he was being, you know, Roman from GTA 4. Hello, cousin. This is the master bedroom. Mr. Richards shares it with Margot. You feel a little weird about invading their private space. There's a wardrobe and nightstands on the left and right of the bed. There are 2 doors in the south wall and a door in the eastern wall leading back to the hallway. The large bed has a cozy-looking quilt on it. The headboard and footboard have a carved trees in design. What? There's no night sand here? Unfortunately, that doesn't... Gotta be so freaking specific sometimes. There's a roll of white tape in the nightstand drawer. You see a roll of adhesive plaster in the nightstand drawer. Night sand, otherwise known as kitty litter. Yes. Gonna be all over the freaking floor during the night. Only worry if someone places an El Cerco command. Yeah, it's an inside joke, sorta. It's actually from a family friend that we had when I was growing up. They were Hispanic and we called them primo. And they also called us a primo. It means cousin in Spanish, so I was trying it out in Finnish. Ah! You see a roll of it. Can I get the tip? Although the Roman angle makes it even better. I mean, when somebody says, hello, cousin, that's what comes to my mind first. But the Fieldstone fireplace looks like it could come in handy in chilly nights. There's the vase and a picture frame. Look frame. The picture frame is empty. Huh. A cherry frame poster of a woman riding a horse hangs over the fireplace. Some powdery soot accumulating in the fireplace. A lovely wardrobe with a curved top. Wardrobe contains a few garment bags and folded up pairs of overalls. The overalls are folded neatly at the bottom of the wardrobe. Are clean and in good repair. The large blue trunk has a metal tag screwed in the top. That's not what I was looking for. I'm looking at the inside the friggin'. That would not benefit from closer examination. The bookshelf contains a variety of books on many subjects. Most of them are in French. The tag is scratched and dented from years of rough use. Ah, here she is. The boudoir transports you to Fond de Cycle Paris. It's shiny, opulent, perhaps slightly tacky, but the end very, very pink. A mirrored vanity is the focal point of the room. Exotic perfumes hover in intensely localized clouds that you can almost see. Every movement stirs air currents that bring new scents to your nose. A doorway to the south leads to the walk-in closet. The doorway to the north leads back in the master bedroom. Powder compact is on the vanity. You see a pretty blonde woman in a fashionable dress. Hello there, it's nice to meet you. My name's Nancy Maple. A pleasure to meet you, mademoiselle. I am Margot. Welcome to Green's Lodge. How long will you be staying with us? I'm only here tonight, unfortunately. I was sent here by the Royal Canadian Museum on assignment, but Jack says I'm due to leave on the train tomorrow, according to Mr. Richards' wishes. I see. I'm sorry we won't get to know each other better. Ah, the French. The gorgeous dressing screen is decorated with a leaf motif. Mon cher, we met in Crimson a couple of years ago. I was terribly lost, and it was so late in the evening. No more trains were running that night, so he invited me to stay at the lodge, and I have not left since then. There used to be many staff here, but now it is only Jack. Evan hired me after he shut down the lodging business and sent everyone else away. But that was all before my time. I only know Jack, and he is a fine man. He's in the kitchen making dinner. It smells so delicious. I can just smell it over all these perfume smells. Nessa and Corvus, they came from the city a few weeks ago. I am pretty sure she doesn't like me, but I barely know her. She's even sold her sister, and when she heard about the diamonds, she brought their lawyer to the lodge with her. Monsieur hasn't been under so much stress lately. She's probably in the parlor. Corvus, I try to be friendly, but these old business. He's a quiet one.
He visits here often. I think he and Evan are friends, but sometimes I think I hear them arguing. I last saw him in the conservatory. He likes the view there. I'm a little surprised Evan allowed her to stay, as it's been many months since the lodge wasn't in. But Evan is such a softy after all. Oh, me? Not much to tell. Before I met Evan, I felt so alone, but everything's changed for the better.
A dark-haired woman in a crimson dress kisses a middle-aged man with a comb-over at a dinner table. You're not sure what this Art Nouveau poster is advertising, as it's in French. Ah, the French. The vanity is lit with a pair of sconces. It has drawers on the left, right, and middle. Margot's powder compound is on the vanity. Margot's walk-in closet is luxuriously appointed. It has an enormous mirror on the wall and ornate bench in the center of the room. There's a shelf full of footwear, some fancy frocks on hangers, and a selection of elaborate hats. A wardrobe and 2 chests of drawers are surely bursting with more finery. Door to the north will lead back to the boudoir. Most of the shoes on the shelf are high, pointy, and impractical. The lowest shelf, however, does hold some boots. Our old boots are on the lowest shelf. They're leather and look more suitable to tramping around the woods, although you note that Margot couldn't resist a slight heel on all of them. The boots are all size 5.5. The shoes are all size 5. My shoes are usually half a size smaller than my boots to leave room for thicker socks. The dresses are beautifully constructed from fine fabrics. The dresses are the latest styles. They're finely made and very pretty. There are a couple of lovely purses under the dresses. They are practically works of art. When Margot stores her purses, it appears she empties them of their contents. As you should. Margot's hat collection makes you a bit envious. The colors and styles are the very latest you have seen in shop windows in downtown Toronto. You see a yellow hat, a green hat, blue hat, and a teal hat. You take the teal hat down from the shelf, mannequin head and all. The bright teal color of this hat isn't faded in the slightest. The underside of the brim is the same gorgeous hue. The conservatory, would it be filled with mutant plants and lead to Furrowfoot's other maze? Never mind. No, it's filled with dangerous mutant plants, alright. But there's a character taking care of them, and we need to shoot them in the face. Either with magic or bullets. You made a reference, I made a reference. We now know that Spider cannot describe an elephant holding its breath. But an elephant attached to another elephant at the trunk goes he-donk. Sorry, that reference is even older than I am. The red silk rose on the blue hat is exquisite. The stitching is minute and even. You take the yellow hat down from the shelf, mannequin head and all. You take a close look at the yellow hat, admiring the quality workmanship. Maybe one day you'll own a hat as fine as this. The green hat is a lot like yours, except newer and made of finer wool. A full-length mirror with a silver flame must have cost a pretty penny.
The wardrobe is full of leather boas in a rainbow of colors. I've never seen a feather boa in real life. They look like fun to wear. The feathers look soft and colorful. Margot has one for every occasion, it seems. An ensuite bathroom. What a luxury. You see a classy Victorian bathtub, a pedestal sink, a toilet, and a waste paper basket. An ornate bathtub is the focal point of the room. It's surrounded by a teal curtain. The fluffy blue towels match the decor. The waste paper basket in the ensuite bathroom has been painted bright cyan to serve as a bright visual accent. This is the bedroom Jack is sharing with Corvus. Judging from the crate haphazardly filled with clothes, Jack didn't get much notice regarding this new living arrangement. There's a large dresser set against the back wall containing many small drawers. There is a pitcher and a drinking glass on top. You also see a low coffee table, a writing desk, a bookcase, plush armchair, and a pair of beds. You know those kinds of books you see in bed and breakfast that are there for decoration and seem completely uninteresting? These are those kind of books. The writing desk holds a blotter, a lamp, and a couple pencils. There's nothing under the blotter. There's an expensive-looking leather suitcase at the foot of the bed closest to the window. The luggage is locked tight. There are a pair of brown leather Oxfords by the bed on the right. You peer into the shiny, well-maintained shoes. Thanks to the loop, you can read the sign printed on the inside even though it's a bit faded. I see, these shoes are size 14. Corvus has huge feet. Seeing as they are set down by Corvus's bed, I think it's safe to assume they are his shoes. Size 14. Like freaking Shaq O'Neal feet. All the paintings are hung over the two beds in the room. One features a majestic mountain range and the other depicts a tuxedo cat lying on grass surrounded by flowers. That cat reminds me of the sweetest tree I've ever met. A tuxedo cat just like that. It's cute. You know what they say about men with big feet? Big shoes. After searching through all the drawers, you find moth-eaten socks, loose buttons, single shoelaces, and other assorted bric-a-brac. Nothing too interesting in there. Two single beds are set up in opposite corners of the room. There's a leather satchel on this bed. The satchel looks like the type used to carry important documents.
You cannot deny when defeat happens to you. Covers a satchel is locked. The bed is so neatly made you can't think of a good reason to alter its current state. It looks like an old fruit crate. It's filled with a pile of clean clothes. Upon a closer inspection, you realize that these clothes are all clean. They've just been hastily tossed into the crate, causing them to look untidy. This is a pretty large bedroom. There's a love seat and an armchair arranged around a low table. There's a wardrobe, dresser, and painted cupboard. Nessa's luggage is at the foot of the bed. Nessa's luggage is locked. The dresser features a mirror, a left cupboard, a right cupboard, and top and bottom drawer. There's a lamp and a jewelry box sitting on the dresser top. The jewelry box is made of fine wood and has a brass lock. The smooth wood is shiny and well polished. Locked. Unfortunately, that doesn't accomplish anything. Oh. Empty. You suppose Nissa may prefer to live out of her suitcase? Well, it depends on what's in the right side. Maybe Nessa doesn't intend on staying for too long. Seems to be the case. Yeah, it's completely empty. Hasn't had a chance to unpack, or has no reason to. Open drawer. Look in drawer. Close. Maybe Nessa prefers to live out of her suitcase. That's what I already said. Close drawer. Look. Look, a cupboard. I'll be washing the dishes for several minutes and then taking a quick break to sit in the sun and talk with at Mom. But now I've got to get back to those dishes until they're done. Life stops for no one. Yeah. Sometimes real life just gets in the way. Curse this phone. There you go. There's the meal. The cupboard is painted with pleasant floor patterns. The 3 drawers have cute round pulls. You wonder if Vanessa's being too preoccupied to unpack. It really feels like she's not going to be staying here for long. Waste paper basket is a gray metal receptacle, similar to the others around the lodge. Nothing. Close the door. And now we save to Pompous. Pompous. Save. And we pause the game. I need to get food. Oh, that's the mouse cursor that it turns into. Interesting. That is a fascinating game so far. I'm liking it. But now we need to look at the kitty cats and also get some food. Bah. Camera changes. Yeah, look at that. We got Billy the kitten. Yeah, his name is Billy the Kitten. Like Billy the Kid. He's just admiring the bigger cowboy hat. There's plenty of kitty cats here warming on the heater mat. Yeah, meowdy. There's a butthole. Smokey gnawing on that toy. And there's a butthole hiding in the burger. The Borgor has been invaded by a kitty cat.
Totes adores.
There's my boy Socks playing with the watermelon ball. And then these three resting at the fireplace. Can't remember the name of this. Sunken fireplace. I think it was that's what it's called, a sunken fireplace. Yep. All right. You guys enjoy the music and the view while I go get food. I mean, that is the name of it. Sunken fireplace. That's the official name. It's a Japanese thing. Houses have it so they can keep the house warm, but also they can cook stuff. Whatever will not will be, whatever is not can be. That is the power so much. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Boom, 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 bam, better. I have cheese sandwiches on rye bread. Then I got apples and tangerine.
Din din din. Spinach rice. Nice. I've never had rice with spinach before, but I'm sure it's delightful. Ja jos ei ole valkkari, sä voit käyttää sitruunamehua. Ja just mä ehdotan sitruunamehua.
No mä uskon, että etikka toimii, joo. No, Ultraman on vähän pehmeä tollaseen. Ei pitää olla vahvempi juusta. Just let it out, mercenary. We don't judge. Holding back a pun is like holding back a fart. In the end, it's gonna hurt. You better let it out. We're just talking about risotto. Then again, I was thinking of making risotto, but he doesn't have any white wine, which is usually used for risotto. So instead, he made the chicken, bacon things and spinach rice. And that's what we be talking about. just realized I'm out of drink. I get the feeling with this music, Guybrush isn't feeling even a little bit drowsy. In fact, he feels... Unfortunately, it was a revolving door and I wound up back here. How unfortunate. You scored 0 out of 800 points. Hey, I'm not dead. Cut that out. Hey, get out of my sandwich. Now.
I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way to eat your skin.
For a moment, I thought it was any ketchup to it. You know, ketchup on rye bread is not really that bad. I know a lot of people won't go for it, but I would. But ketchup on an apple? Ugh. That's more like it. It was an unintentional burp. It just happened to come out because I was shaking. Oh, banana. Oh, banana. Oh, banana. 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 Banana.
The bananas has gone bad!
More bananas, please. And virgins.
Ah, you have a Friday day off. Nice.
Bring me eggs. Only eggs can sustain me.
Too bad I don't have any eggs. Alright, Dindin's done. Let us get back to the game. A masterful oil painting is framed and hung at the end. Ah, I did look at that. I'm going to go into the room of the pompous ass. Even though he said to leave him alone. I don't care. This is a small bedroom, humbly furnished. Albert insisted on getting a room to himself despite its size. The furniture in this room is of simpler make and consists of a wardrobe, desk, and nightstand. There's a pitcher and a drinking glass on the nightstand. Albert is here. Hello, Mr. Respa. How are you settling in? Please, miss, I'm busy at the moment and can't chat. You hear Jack calling, supper! It's time to head to the dining room. Please, Miss Maple, I'm rather busy at the moment. Perhaps we can converse after dinner. I'm getting a bit peckish. I think I'll head down to the dining room soon. Me too. He likes to be by himself. He didn't look too so pleased to see me. It's my fault. I thought the lodge was still in business. Scary lady. I stay out of her way. Jack's being good to us. He's not that friendly. He knows so much about this region. Margot is very warm and friendly. I like her. You don't hear any voices. She's not crazy anymore.
My goodness, what a lot of company we have tonight.
Yeah, surprisingly a lot of company when it's supposed to be an empty place. It's giving me indigestion.
This food is giving me indigestion.
You're welcome to leave. In fact, please do.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I'm not going anywhere until we find out if that diamond came from this land. And if it did, then you better believe I'm getting my share.
What? That's what you think?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we think. That's what I'm here to ensure. Hey you, how long is that gonna take? I will begin my field work tomorrow morning. Crimson used to be a garnet mining town, yes? Yeah, but forget about visiting the mines. They blasted the mine entrance shut years ago when they closed it down. Unless the fish had a pickaxe, broke into the mine, or swallowed the diamond, then dove back into the river. Yes, I see. I've never even been there. Couldn't tell you where it is.
Mr. Richards gets a sour look at his face and digs back into his meal.
He looks like he's done with this conversation.
Margot, what a lovely necklace you're wearing. Thank you, mademoiselle. Monsieur Richards, he gave it to me. I'm very fond of it. A cheap trinket. Misshapen paste gem in a cheap city. It's a white garnet, not glass. My heavenly found it here in Crimson. Did you, monsieur?
Never mind, Margot. No one wants to hear about that.
My sapphire brooch. Now this is a real piece of jewelry. Bought it myself.
Well, I think they're both quite nice.
Nathan, I read in the newspaper that most of the land up here was once parceled out to settlers. Is that how this plot became property of Mr. Richards' father?
About 50 years ago, this land was annexed by the government. Various treaties were signed in exchange for preservation of our hunting and fishing rights and financial compensation. The promises described in those treaties were not honored, by the way. Settlers came, mines were dug, and Crimson was prosperous. For a time. But eventually the mines were exhausted. Most settlers abandoned their homesteads and Crimson became a ghost town. Only Mr. Richards and his family remained. Yeah, we liked the peace and quiet.
We liked it. I always hated it here.
I sure do miss peace and quiet.
Nessa and Corvus are the first to excuse themselves from the table. They head to the bar for a nightcap. Albert follows them for a snifter of brandy and one of his cigars. Jack clears away the dishes and goes to the kitchen to wash up. After eating a minuscule portion of supper, Margot heads upstairs to draw a bath. Kimmy heads upstairs to get ready for bed. Nathan and Evan remain at the table, lingering over their desserts. The candles have burned down to a fair bit over the course of the evening, leaving small puddles of wax solidifying on the tablecloth. Well, that was a lovely meal.
Yeah, Jack does a good job. Usually I wait for Jack to come clear the dishes so I can put off getting up. Looks like he's taking longer than usual to clear up with all the extra guests.
I feel a little responsible for Jack's extra workload. Maybe I ought to give him a hand.
He'd appreciate that. About time someone made themselves useful around here.
The candles have burned down a bit. There are wax drippings on the table and candlesticks. Melted candle wax has dribbled down the candlesticks and onto the dining table.
You'll need to stand up before you can do that.
You stand up.
Getting all of that wax, huh? You scratch off all of the candle wax drippings over the candlesticks and tablecloth with your fingernails. A roll of zinc oxide adhesive plaster. After heavily scrutinizing the roll of zinc adhesive plaster, you conclude it doesn't benefit from closer examination. These are the waxy drippings from the dining room candles that you scratched off with the tablecloth and candlesticks. The candle wax doesn't benefit from closer examination. Wow, Jack's dinner tasted as good as it smelled. He grows a lot of the ingredients himself. It's impressive. Thanks for the nice dinner, Mr. Richards.
Didn't you have enough chatter at dinner, girl? You can't bake your family, you know.
Not a very nice woman.
Snobby. I'm not surprised that he likes him. He says the lodge is stuffy, so he sits down on the bench outside of the study for fresh air. I find him stuffy. Ha!
I don't think he's my type of person.
Him? I don't think much of him, but he was sent by the government, so I can't kick him out. He keeps to himself. She's quiet and stays out of the way. She's the opposite of my big sister.
She does like birds, doesn't she?
That woman is like the queen of pompous asses.
She most certainly is.
Hello, Jack.
Miss, I'm busy with these dishes. I can't talk right now.
Can I help you with anything, Jack?
Sure, give me a hand with all these dishes.
You help Jack wash the dishes.
Thanks, miss. Lots more dishes than usual.
Happy to help.
I gotta go see the Mrs. Crab and Mr. Shaw in the bar. I have to make sure they don't drink us dry. And of course, I need to get Mr. Richards his hot toddy. He likes a soothing drink before bed. And I don't want to keep Margot waiting. Forget about that last one, would you?
I see something going on between you and Miss. I hear voices near this doorway. What they're talking about? Father's will has to be from around here somewhere. Things would be so much easier if we could just find it.
If the will can't be found, we have to proceed as planned. Take our chances.
That little gold-digging hussy complicates things. Speaking of that, I found something interesting recently. It could help us deal with her, but we'll talk about that another time. Good night, Mr. Shaw.
Good night, madam.
Guess I can't find the will.
That's how he's dealing with the Margot.
Methinks that there may be something going on here. This is a lovely lodge, Mr. Richards, especially this room.
My pa did all of this. It had nothing to do with me. Glad you like it, though.
I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about. You can hear muffled noises in the boudoir, but the speakers are too far from the door to hear them clearly. Perhaps you could listen at the door with an item that would help. If I can't figure out what to use, maybe someone else would know?
Oh, I know exactly what I need. Just need to figure out where to get one. Well, certainly not in her room. How you ever awoken in the night with a fierce thirst? It would be monstrous to take the pitcher or glass.
I'm sure there are plenty of drinking glasses elsewhere. Maybe I should try the kitchen.
Good idea. There's a display cupboard with a bottom drawer and a sideboard with a cupboard and some drawers. The kitchen cupboards in the corner have single upper and lower cupboards by the stove and double upper and lower cupboards by the sink. Cupboard. Let's look at the cabinet first. There's a display cupboard with a bottom drawer side, but we got look in cupboard. There are huge heavy pots and pans in the bottom cupboard. The glass paned cupboard contains a couple of decorative plates, a pretty blue mug, and some plainer mugs. The blue mug is empty. A mug with gorgeous blue glaze is sitting in the cupboard. Saucepan. Drawers are full of all the random bits and bobs one usually finds in kitchen drawers. The top cupboard has drinking glasses inside. The bottom cupboard has pots and pans inside. Get the glass. And take a drinking glass from the cupboard. Listen with the glass. With the help of the drinking glass, you can hear a conversation behind the boudoir door. Let's have a look.
Oh, monsieur, wonderfully helpful. I cannot thank you enough.
I do what I can.
Mon Dieu!
Sorry about that, but you know we gotta go slow. The pamphlet says so, right?
It does most pity, but I think it's working.
You hear some muffled cries. Shh! You gotta keep it down. Especially tonight, so many ears around.
Yeah, right, of course. This must remain our little secret.
The voices go silent for a little while. Alright, I think we're done here. I gotta skedaddle before Mr. Richards finishes his drink and comes to bed.
Of course, of course. Merci, Jack. Your days and nights are so very long.
You got that right, and I'm not done yet. Having all these folks in the lodge, I gotta work at it much harder.
I'm sure they will be gone soon. Everything will be back to normal.
I hope so.
Bonne nuit, Jack.
Good night.
You hear footsteps coming towards the door. Thinking quickly, you duck behind the big blue chest. After waiting a few minutes, Margot leaves her boudoir and heads downstairs. You manage to sneak across the hall to your bedroom. What a long and intriguing night this has been. Outstanding. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. You're a natural. Phew, I'm exhausted. What an interesting place this is. It's too bad Kimmy and I have to leave on the train tomorrow.
You sure about that? Later that night.
Well, I didn't expect the bridge to blow up. Okay, Nancy, I'm all ready. Let's go. I wish we could stay here longer. It's such an interesting old place. With such intriguing folks. I know what you mean. I can see that we need a minute. I'll meet you at the front door. Thanks, Kimmy. What a peculiar place.
Game has auto-saved.
Your trusty green hat hangs on the brass and footboard at your bed.
All for your bed.
You take your green felt hat.
There's nothing on the nightstand.
You know, I was just thinking that cubba 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 noise you made sounds like an old computer game runner sound effect.
Cubba 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 noise.
Ah, it's so lovely out here. You've never seen such a sight. The lush green land spreads out in all directions, rambling up and down in gentle hills. You can hear a swift river nearby and bird calls. The air smells fresh and new.
Let's just stop the music right there.
Nancy, are you ready to go now? Yes, I think so. You and Kimmy follow the dirt path to the carriage house. You find yourself falling behind as you marvel at your surroundings, the first time you are seeing the grounds of the lodge in daylight. You're surrounded by greens of every shade. The trees are taller than most buildings back home. They stand densely in countless numbers as far as your eye can see, swaying slightly in the breeze. As you near the carriage house, you can hear the distant roar of a waterfall. The land feels alive.
There you are. Come on now. We gotta make this train.
Apparently Albert is going with us. Right, let's go. Jack drives you and Kimmy back to the train station. The car ride seems a lot shorter this time, maybe because you can see your surroundings.
Wait here. I'm gonna check the telegraph machine in the station.
You wait in silence. Early morning in the deserted town is so quiet, it nearly makes your ears ring. Did you just hear Jack gasp? Jack's taking quite a long time in there. I'm gonna check on him.
Whoa, hey, I told you to wait outside.
Jack looks agitated. He stuffs a strip of telegraph paper tape into his pocket. What's wrong, Jack?
We're going back to the lodge. Bridge is out. Don't know how long.
Oh, dear.
Oh, by the way, any of you folk know someone called Carl? No? Never mind.
Why do you ask, Jack?
Telegraph at the station for him. It was printed off on the machine after my message, so I cut it and pinned it out to the board inside. That's how messages get passed on to people in this area. It's a decent system.
Well, I'm going to send a message to my superiors and wait here. What happened to the bridge, Jack?
An accident. The train can't go to Crimson. Looks like we're stuck with you for now.
Jack looks over at Kimmy.
Looks like you got your wish, eh? But like I said before, leave the cormorants alone.
Kimmy flushes, but keeps quiet. You stand in these tense, awkward silence until Albert reappears in the train station's doorway. I'm ready, let's be off. The journey back to the lodge is so rushed and bumpy, there are times where you're afraid you'll bounce right out of the automobile. It's far too noisy to even attempt conversation. Albert leans back in his seat, impassive. Kimmy, whom you'd come to believe was a kind and quiet sort, looks pretty nervous, and maybe even a little angry. Jack is mostly silent, white-knuckled hands wrapped around the steering wheel. You realize you don't really know any of these people. I can't let myself be distracted. I have a job to do. When I get back to the lodge, I'm going to start my field work.
It's been a long morning. I'm going to put the kettle to boil if any of you want some tea.
You hear Jack mutter something under his breath about needing to see Evan.
After I fetch my field kit and change into my field clothes, I'll be commencing my field work. Please do not disturb me.
I'm going now to take a breath of fresh air.
With your luggage?
Oh, I guess I have my work cut out for me. I still wonder what happened to my kit on the train. Well, I certainly can't dwell on that. To obtain samples, I'll need a few basic tools. A geologist's pick, or something similar sharp and strong. A hammer that, when used with the pick, will help me chip off samples of rock. A small shovel to dig into the riverbed, and a streak plate to test the hardness of the minerals I find. Something made of porcelain would do the trick. I think Jack mentioned the cormorants like to nest on cliff faces. That might be a good place to get a sample. I should also check out Nailbird's field work. Maybe I can learn a few things. Ooh, I hope I can finally do a bit of digging. Literally. A pick, a hammer, small shovel, streak plate. Obtain 3 samples from sources outside. Alright. There were a lot of tools here. Shovels can dig things up and bury things too. Very versatile. This shovel may be useful, but it's way too big and heavy for me to carry around. I think I'll find something smaller that will suit my purposes. Look, tools. A variety of tools are hanging from nails. Jack must use these for maintenance around the house. There's no hammer? Hey, sweet. Look at her, she's dancing, she's dancing. Anyway. I hear voices near this doorway. I wonder what they're talking about.
So it's a problem. Could things get any worse? Who could have done it? Who would be capable? No, burn the tape. Tell no one. Keep an eye out. You got it.
You wait a little longer, anxious for more details, straining to hear more of the conversation. What could have Jack learned from the telegraph tape? You're so deep in thought that you failed to hear the footsteps approaching the door.
Hey, what do you think you're doing, loitering outside doorways?
Get! Sorry. What does the telegraph tape say? The fireplace's legs and header are carved with simple linear flourishes. You imagine it provides an invaluable heat during the long winter months. You see a length of telegraph tape smoldering in the fireplace. You carefully pick up the telegraph tape. Most of the telegraph tape has been consumed by fire, but you can barely make out some words. Bridge, bomb, sabotage, await. Despite your careful handling of the telegraph tape, it crumbles into ash. Uh-oh. What does the tape say? Shovel is needed for proper care and maintenance of the fireplace. Jack is sitting at the kitchen table enjoying a cup of tea. It looks like something is on his mind. Hey, Jack. You look a little bothered. Anything I help you with?
Never you mind, miss. But if you want to busy yourself, I've been busy my ice pick for at least a week. I don't need it right now, but it's just been on my mind, you know? Can't remember where I left it. A shame, because I can't ship off bits of ice for drinks.
Do you still have the strip of telegraph tape that you received?
Nah, I don't have it.
What did you do with it?
Look, miss, I'm busy. I can't keep track of everything.
What about the other telegram from at the train station?
Oh yeah, that other telegram for someone named Carl.
What did it say?
What did it say? I didn't read it, none of my business. But I did catch the word crimson on it, and that's kind of to be expected, seeing as that's where we are.
There's a blue graniteware kettle boiling water on the stovetop. You open the door leading out of the kitchen. This is the east side of the house. There's a door built into the ground, most likely leading to a cellar. You can see a shed and a veggie patch east of here. South of here is the front section of the lodge. North is dense forest. Gotta check if I'm gonna hear any voices. No voices. Kimmy's not here. The poker might poke through your pocket and puncture your leg. Linen closet, spare room. I'm guessing oh, actually, I need to collect a total of 3 samples from outside the lodge. I don't have a scratch plate. I'll have to improvise. A bit of unglazed porcelain would do the trick. A little shovel for digging samples would be very useful. I should take a look among Jackson gardening supplies. To chip samples out of larger rocks, I'll need something similar to a geologist's pick. Something strong, metallic, and pointy. A nice sturdy hammer is always welcome in a geologist's kit. I should try to find something that will do the trick. So the review is just reminding you of the objectives. I mean, that's very handy. There's a small suitcase here. There are 2 identical large chests at the foot of the bed. That would not benefit of closer examination. The luggage is locked. The desk has small functional drawers. Albert has put up a couple of geology and mineralogy books on the desk. The geology and mineralogy books looks as good as new. Eh. Well done. Just looking at books. It almost looks like the spines of these books haven't been cracked. The titles are in German, so you can't read them. From the pictures on the cover, you surmise they are about minerals. I mean, he was sent from Europe. I get the feeling that our Albert is actually Carl. The right desk drawers are locked. The left desk drawers are locked. Nightstand. Luggage is locked. The wardrobe is full of Albert's clothes and shoes. Albert has stored a couple of extra pairs of fancy patent leather Oxfords in the wardrobe. You can see a small number 12 marked on the insides of the shoes. Then we examine the clothes. The clothes are so neatly arranged that you're afraid to touch them lest you incur Albert's persnickety wrath. Persnickety, that's a good word. The wardrobe drawer is full of Albert's white shirts, all neatly folded. The white dress shirts are clearly made of the finest cotton, made to measure. I wonder if I'm going to be able to find like a skeleton key. What are you still doing here? I thought you'd left this morning. The bridge was damaged, so the trains aren't running. A shame. Well, look who's back. A brilliant fellow, highly knowledgeable, and so sophisticated. A clever man here to do his job, I respect that. He's probably outside doing that very same job. I got a feeling that you hired him. Find the snootiest. Found plenty of spines, maybe the rest of the skeleton will follow.
Margot is Evan Richards' paramour. She is more glamorous than you'd expect to see in these parts. Margot has shining flexing hair, fair skin, and full lips. She's fashionably attired in a pink damask and ivory lace dress. She seems sweet, but you've met charmers like her before. Margot is reclining on a plush chaise lounge. She looks a bit listless. I'm afraid I'm not feeling better. I don't think I'll be coming down to dinner. I'm sorry to hear that, Margot. Jack is so helpful. What would we do without him? I'm sure if you don't just ask, he'd be happy to help you too. Sure. Oh, mon cher, he's so under so much stress right now. If only there was some way I could improve his mood. Ah, yes. I've just thought of something. But never mind about that. A sour old woman. If he is a friend of Nessa's, I do not want anything to do with him. Ask about the Kimmy. She seems a bit shy. Hey, Zelda. How was Caves of Cud? Nathan. Nathan is committed to seeing this land return to his family. I think he is afraid Evan will leave the land to me, should I outlive mon cher. Why do you think you're gonna inherit it? I have no idea, I was playing Phasmophobia. Ah, okay. How was the ghost hunting? Marco, may I borrow this tin of powder? You're welcome to it. Use the powder as long as you are here. Thanks, Margot. Suitable powder container. So now I can take fingerprints. Twice in a row I got twins that refuse to hunt me. You lovable cuddle salad of snugglywugs. Cuddle salad, is this some kind of a sex thing? Powder blutter. Look under blutter. Nothing yet. This is the west side of the house. A cobblestone path leads west to a gazebo. South of here is the front section of the lodge and forest. You don't see anything noteworthy. There is a low area of softened earth in front of the bench that looks like it gets muddier on the wetter days. The ground outside the lodge is firm and covered with lush grass. But where the clearing gives way to dense forest, the ground gets softer and moisture gathers in low areas, particularly around the bench where sitters' feet over the years have created a depression in the earth. Yeah, demonologist is just pure crap. It's not, it is scarier, but it's just awful. I won't. I can't. I mean, the thing with the Demonologist is that they haven't updated the game in almost 9 months. It feels like the developers have completely given up on the game. Level upping in is atrocious. Getting any money in it is horrible. It's just such a slow, hard grind to get anything done in the game. Yeah, the balance is way off. It is unoptimized, so on older computers like mine and Spicky's, it runs like shit. So yeah, overall, Demonologist is just bad. While you're uncertain whether or not this is a gazebo or a bandstand, you know it's definitely not a pergola. The gazebo has a red roof and is painted bright white. You can imagine it was the site of much entertainment and celebration, but no longer. That is one pink door. To the west, you can see the carriage house. That's where I want to go. The carriage house is larger than the many homes back in the city. It has an asymmetrical roof and 2 entrances. The main entrance is set of double doors for the automobile, the smaller side doors for people. North leads to the gazebo, east to the lodge, and south even leads to the river. Well, it is heavily inspired by Laura Bow, the Colonel's Bequest. I mean, down to Nancy Maple here, almost looking like Laura Bow. And the design of the place is like very Laura Bow. But it's not a carbon copy. Nobody's been killed yet. But the thought has flickened. Yes, plicken iron. You open the door. It appears that the carriage house was once used as a stable. The stall is empty, but there are some old hay bales being stored on the upper level. North leads to a gazebo, blah 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 blah. You don't need to open the stall. Sorry, you can't do that. It's an REO touring car. You've spent more hours than you'd like in that automobile. You'd get sore just looking at it. Unfortunately, that doesn't accomplish anything. The gazebo, the garage, the multiple people in each their room with different schedules. In Colonel's Bequest, the gazebo would be the church. This would be, well, this is the stall. Well, here is the garage, but in the Colonel's Bequest, it does have a horse. There's a couple of more extra rooms compared to Colonel's Bequest, so the building is a lot bigger. Although the arrangement of the rooms is pretty much the same. But still, it is heavily inspired by Colonel's Bequest, but it's not the same thing. At least the story, even story-wise, this is completely different, so... I do admire the job that they've done here. The scenic overlook is spectacular. The lodge looms large to the north, but beyond it stretches a dense forest as far as the eye can see. To the west and east you can see more forest to explore, and to the south is the bridge. There's a large wooden bridge here, which either leads south off of the property or north towards the lodge. Cattails line the riverbed. You can see the boathouse to the west, and a jetty to the east. The cattails form a natural barrier on the riverbed, protecting incautious wanderers from a wet fate. wet farts. Yeah, it actually is blocking me. Cannot just walk into the freaking water. Yes, Ubi's here. This has Carl, who is eating hands. I thought it was the ass that eats the hand. There's a boathouse and a dock here. A canoe bobs up and down with the river current. Cattails line the riverbed. You can see a cliff looming to the west, forest to the north, and the bridge to the east. There's a jetty here, overlooking the rushing river. Cattails line the riverbed and there's a rotting log lying on its side. A dirt path leads north into the forest. West leads to the bridge and east to the waterfall.
Oh, I'd better be careful and not stray too close to the edge of the jetty.
Ho! Death 3 out of 7. There's 7 deaths in the game, that's an achievement. How did I miss the first 2? You weren't ready for this, jetty. Heed warnings and stay away from the dangerous bodies of water. The run log is full of moss and gross bugs. And a little bit of whistle. You take the duck call from the run log. Wah. You put the duck call to your lips and blow. Wah. Nothing. A roaring waterfall flows speedily over the escarpment. There are mossy rocks by the water that look pretty slippery. Far off to the north, you can just make out the smokehouse. Fast west leads to the jetty. Whee! Down we go! Whee! You should stick to the slow, safe rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Don't go chasing waterfalls. The smokehouse is small, but looks like it gets the job done. A grate close to the ceiling is blackened by wood smoke. You can see the orchard to the north, a forest clearing to the west, and the river to the south. You open the smokehouse door. An array of smoked meat and fish are hanging to dry and cure. A work table with a deeply scratched work surface is against one wall. You see a big bag of salt, a barrel, and a large pot. The large pot is empty. This looks like it might be a pickle barrel or a barrel for salted meat. You certainly can't pry it open with your bare hands.
And there's no real need for me to open it.
The bag of salt is folded on the top and has some lettering printed on it. That doesn't seem to work. You can barely discern some very small glittery sparkles around the salt bag. The smokehouse has an earthen floor that has been darkened by smoke and ash. The little sparkles are barely larger than grains of salt. They are mostly present around the bag of rock salt. The The bag of rock salt is folded close. You open the bag of rock salt. You scoop up a handful of rock salt. Colors mess me up slightly. Certain colors mix a bit to me. The mug has a beautiful blue glaze. The bottom of the mug has an inscription that reads as follows. AG Studio by Chris Jones, Model 360. Now we know what they used to make this game. The drinking glass you got from the kitchen, spotless. Jack is quite fastidious. You admire the brilliant shine of the squeaky clean drinking glass. Your green felt hat. Your hat looks pretty good, considering you got it secondhand. An elegant tint of powder. Label reads, absorb your oils and grab your prints. A brush is included for application. Tint of powder doesn't... There's a metal reed duck call with a carved wooden case. The words F.A. Allen, Monmouth, Illinois, are stamped in the duck call. So somebody who was visiting here lost it. The rock salt appears fairly unremarkable. As expected, the rock salt is composed of irregularly shaped crystals, but are generally cubic in shape. They are whitish to colorless. Some of the crystals appear irregularly shaped, more octahedral than cubic, but salt is fairly brittle and is water soluble, so they can be just about any shape. Table is clearly used to prepare the meat before it's preserved. Countless cuts and scratches mark its surface that it's stained by blood and ash. You don't see anything noteworthy on the table right now. The meat and fish look delectable, your mouth waters. The temptation to take the meat and snack on it constantly is very strong. You overcome it. They look incredibly appetizing to you. The meat and fish look delectable. You are now deeper in the forest. Luckily, there is a path to guide your way. Looking north, you can see the lodge. East is smokehouse, west is scenic overview of the lodge, and south is the jetty. This apple orchard looks like it's in the process of being harvested. Ripe red apples hang in the trees and litter the ground beneath them. You see a bushel and a tree stump with an axe buried in it. You see the garden shed in the distance to the north. West leads to the house and south leads to the smokehouse. The bushel is made of wooden slats and has a long handle. The bushel is empty. You suppose Jack's being so busy he hasn't had a chance to pick any apples. Little red apples are scattered on the orchard floor and cling to the trees overhead. These look like those very tart apples that hurt my teeth. Good for pies, but not for eating. After deeply embedded into the tree stump. I don't see anything noteworthy. Don't get any funny ideas, Nancy. Besides, you doubt you could pull it out. There's a garden shed here, as well as a well-tended vegetable patch and a water pump. Bird amenities include a bird bath, bird feeder, and a birdhouse. North is an impassable wall of dense forest and bush. East is an impassable wall of dense forest and bush. When you look west, you see the lodge. When you look south, you can see the orchard. Jack is a green thumb and no mistake. There's watermelons, pumpkins, carrots, probably beets, turnips, cabbages, and tomatoes. The white marble bird bath is mounted on a pedestal. The birdhouse is mounted on a tree. The wooden bird feeder sits atop a long pole, probably to keep the squirrels out. The feeder contains birdseed. Birds will enjoy it more than you would, Nancy. The marble bird bath is full of clean, fresh water. You can't see inside the birdhouse from here. The blue water pump probably comes in handy for watering the vegetable patch and refilling the bird bath. You open the door to the garden shed. The interior of the shed is clean and well organized. There's a table and a stool. A shelf at the back holds various garden tending tools. A length of rope hangs from a nail on the wall. The table and stool are somewhat mismatched in height, leading you to conclude that they were probably not a set. There's a box of flypaper on the table. You pick up the box of flypaper. A new box of flypaper with a drawing of an unsettling large fly on the front. There's a very small label on the side of the cover. The box feels a bit light. The label sports a skull and crossbones. Next to your loop, you can read danger. Contains arsenic. Do not eat. You're surprised to discover that the box of flypaper is empty. This looks like a new box. Where's all the flypaper? The shelves contain all sorts of garden-related miscellany. Plant food, pesticides, herbicides, seeds, pots, a spray bottle, watering can, and a lantern. None of it looks particularly useful, except for the trowel hanging on a nail. The garden trowel is hanging by a nail that is nailed into the shelf. I'll need that trowel. Terrific! Now I can dig the riverbank for specimens. Trusty garden trowel has a well-turned wooden handle that fits nicely in your hand. You conclude this will be perfect for digging the riverbank for specimens. Closer examination reveals the cutting edge has chunks taken out of it. You're a little surprised at this, but the area is known for garden mines, after all. The rope appears to be woven hemp, about 20 feet in length. Take the rope. Cellar door is locked. Not a big surprise. Glass-pane cupboard has some nice porcelain dinnerware inside. There's some fine bone china plates in the glass cabinet. It's a lovely porcelain dinnerware service for 12. Do you really want to carry a whole dinnerware service for 12 in your pockets? Well, you can't. These lovely plates are meant for special occasions. Perhaps I can find some less fancy plates in the kitchen. The hardwood flooring in the kitchen is worn smooth from years of hard use. There's a puddle of water beneath the ice box. Oh dear! Looks like the ice is melting and leaking out of the ice box. You open it. The ice block has melted a bit. There's not a puddle on the floor. Oh dear, I guess the ice box is a bit leaky. Handy dandy contraption that. It kind of melts a bit during the day, but the nights are always cooler, so it freezes back up again. Oh, and if you find ice pick, let me know. Can't seem to find it anywhere. Top cupboard has a variety of plates inside. The cupboard under the sink contains the pipe that drains the sink. Now that I think of it, a dinner plate might work as a streak plate, as long as its bottom is unglazed. I should take one and take a closer look. I think this plate is porcelain. Maybe I could use it as a streak plate. I should take a look at it and see. A white ceramic dinner plate glazed on the surface. Now that I think of it, the unglazed underside of this porcelain plate would make a great streak plate. Streak plates are used for ascertaining a mineral's streak color, but many minerals harder than a 6.5 or 7 won't make a streak. I can rub samples on the plate to see their color. Your streak plate has a Mohs hardness of 6.5. There are fine scratches on this plate indicating it's being well used. Jack, the box of flypaper is empty. Eh? I could have sworn that was a fresh box of the stuff. Well, I'm a busy man. Must have slipped my mind. Looked like we're out. Well, my pa and ma settled here to mine garnets. That was back when the government thought these lands were full of it. They brought Nessa here when she was 8 years old. I was born here. By the time the garden business went bust, they'd fallen in love with the place. Nessa didn't, though. She moved out when she was 18. Went to the city and never came back. Yeah, Greensill was known for garnet mines. I was just a kid when they were open. Never even been to them. So don't ask me where the mines are. They got blasted close decades ago, and the paths have long since been overgrown. Ask about Crimson. Crimson's got the train station you all got off at. Might not be much to city folk, but it's fine by us. Ask about Carl. Who? Nah, I don't know anyone called Carl, Nancy. A friend of yours? No, not a friend of mine. You opened the door to the garden shed. Someone could have made a techno remix of that soundbite, I'm sure. Let's go up Nathan. Huh? He comes and goes as he pleases. What? That, nothing. Bye! That achieves a little effect. Can I get the cue ball? There's no one here to play billiards with currently. Sledge, shovel, and mop. The chair is threadbare and faded. You can see why it's being stowed away in this closet. Hey, Reg. The base has diagonal miter cuts and is spreading a circular foot. Good it up. The basin is low and has a brass spout and faucet. There's a rubber hose attached to the spout, which you presume helps with the food washing. That course of action yields no results. The rubber hose is firmly attached to the spout. You think you can, if you walk north into the woods, you might find your way back to the lodge. South leads to the boathouse. Hey, look at that. You've reached the western limit of the property. To the north, you can see the carriage house. The roar of rushing water is to the south. East leads deeper into the woods. Albert is here. There's a huge boulder here. Good morning, Mr. Respa. How are you today?
I'm very busy, miss.
Maple.
Miss Maple, I'm very busy, as you can see. The field work must be comprehensively performed.
Well, maybe that boulder isn't a good place to start. It looks to be a glacier erratic and...
Excuse me, young lady. Are you trying to tell me my business? How amusing. Run along then. Maybe you can help Jack in the kitchen.
You can't use pompous in this game.
Albert Respa's field kit lies open on the ground.
You miss your field kit so much. That achieves a little effect.
There is a steep cliff here with a rather scenic waterfall flowing from hidden crevices. The cliff face hosts a thriving colony of what you assume are double-crested cormorants. They clearly enjoy nesting here. 1914, Bennigan. Not the 20s. This is the 10s. So, at the pretty much World War I happening. You can see the boathouse east of here and the faintest indication of the carriage house to the north. Kimmy's here. Oh, hi, Nancy. I didn't see you there. Stunning, aren't they? I feel so fortunate to be seeing this. The double-crested cormorant is distinctively large, with a swan-like neck, webbed feet, and a bright orange beak. I mean, cormorants are big birds. Jep, merimetso. No, isoja lintuja. Looks like Kimmy was so anxious to see the cormorants that she brought her suitcase with her to the cliff. My suitcase was my mother's when she came to Canada. It's a bit worse to wear, but I love it. I'm sorry, Nancy, I don't know anything about that. Jack, I hope he doesn't think I used underhanded means to stay at Crimson Lodge longer. He was wandering around nearby. I suppose he's conducting his field work? Everyone needs a good suitcase, and that is true, Grad, and welcome. Where, oh where? The interior of the boathouse smells damp, which is no surprise. Canoes and oars are stored here using a tackle box. Nope, look, tackle box. The tackle box looks dusty, much like everything else in the boathouse. You open the dusty, grimy tackle box. The tackle box is empty except for a hammer. You see a hammer in the tackle box. It's a small hammer. This would be perfect for helping you get rock specimens. The hammer doesn't benefit from closer examination. So now I got the plate for streaks. I got the hammer. I need a small shovel. Now I have the trowel for the shovel. So now I just need to get a pick. Let's collect a total of 3 samples from outside the lodge. To chip samples out of the larger logs, I'll need something similar to a geologist's pick. Something strong, metallic, and pointy. Well, the game hints at the ice pick. Well, where the heck am I gonna find it? Where the heck to find it? Those are decorative bushes. Jack has worked hard to keep them in trim. You sit down. You gingerly step around the soft patch of earth in the front of the bench before taking a seat, not wanting to soil your shoes. Youch! I think I just got a splinter.
You stand up.
This is not a comfortable place to sit.
You sit down. Let's think. Where can I find the ice pick? Where? Thinking about the places that Jack goes to when he works. So either it could be somewhere hiding in the carriage house, could be in the vegetable patch, or in the orchard somewhere. I hope it's not gonna be pixel hunting. I don't think the game is gonna allow me to do that. But, hey. He's a bump his ass. So screw it. I'm gonna steal. Get back. I'll bet he's a little peeved at me already. I shouldn't antagonize him any further. Maybe if I ask him nicely, he'll let me borrow his tools. Ask about tools. Wow, Mr. Rispel, that's some field kit you've got there. May I borrow a pick from you? Certainly not. You would only damage these fine instruments. I won't be getting a pick this way. I'm sure I can find one for myself. Yep, he's a pompous ass. A woman cannot do a man's job. Ladder leads up to a small upper storage area, which is used for hay bales. Hey. You climb up the ladder. I like it that they actually properly animated that. Even a city girl such as yourself can tell that those hay bales are old and dusty. It seems there hasn't been much need for them in a long time. I can't fall. So it wasn't a needle in a haystack situation. You don't know how to drive. Then let's go to the other place that I have an idea for. So, this is Jack's vegetable patch. Your heart grows warm as you gaze at the lovingly nurtured rows of tomatoes, cabbages, parsnips, rhubarb, carrots, and squash. So it's parsnips and rhubarb. Oh, yeah, it is rhubarb. Can we get rhubarb? You wouldn't dare. How about a tomato? You wouldn't dare. Get carrot? You wouldn't dare. Eat carrot. That doesn't look very appetizing. Eat tomato? The apple trees are stout, which you speculate might be due to the short growing season in northern Ontario. You don't have an apple right now. That doesn't look very appetizing. Up. Can I pick apple? Where, oh, where could this pick be? Oh, where is it now? Can't get axe. The mannequin form is quite large. Perhaps it was once used in a store's display window. The size of the necklace's pendant leads you to believe it's made of glass. The clear, colorless nugget is an odd amorphous shape. It shines with an almost adamantine luster. It's about the size of a grape. It's stunning. Ah, you're in my necklace? That is a colorless garnet. They are quite rare. Though it is nowhere near as valuable as a diamond, but we decide what is valuable to ourselves, don't we? It is from my Evan, therefore it is priceless to me. A pest. Where the fuck is this pick that we need? Where the fuck it is? I really don't know. I haven't got a clue where I need to look for it. There's a large carpet here, reaching nearly from wall to wall. It's gold, crimson, and pink. If the crate has secrets, they will remain a mystery. I'm pretty sure there's only clothes in here. Yep, GTA 3 done. It only took me 30 minutes. Or 40 minutes, but still. I was that close to the end. If I had had the nerves to continue playing yesterday, I would have played it through then. Guten Abend. Dooba-dee-ba-doo. Robot full of Albert's clothes and shoes. So nothing to search. A small oil painting of what looks to be northern Ontario wilderness hangs in a simple wooden frame. The bedding and towels look clean and neatly folded. Dusty cobwebby old junk, cane blanket, an old lamp, and some books. Single wool blanket is hanging from the wardrobe rod. Can I get the blanket? You don't want the moth-eaten blanket. All these books have water damage, broken spines, and loose pages. Yep. Up goes a weasel. Search the bouquet. Nothing. Do I really need a freaking hint? In the end, it was pretty much Desmond the Moon Bear. I mean, it is like the end of Pop Goes the Weasel. Desmond the Moon Bear. Pop Goes the Weasel. I mean, it's similar. How did I get here? The end. Yep, this came out this year. It's been on development for several years, and they finally finished the game. They released it in August, September, around that time. So it's very new. Made with AGS. No, this is the mud room. Don't need to go there. Map. Parlor. Powder room. Closet. Bar. Shit. I really don't know where to go. I've been everywhere. I haven't even seen anything. The AGS? I don't think so. It's not quite Sierra, though. It's like driving a Ford and realizing the steering wheel said subferred. Yeah, it's a mixture of point and click and a parser. I mean, as far as I know, Adventure Game Studio is available for free. I mean, that's what they made this game with the AGS Adventure Game Studio. So you could just get it for free and make a game. I wonder if I would have a patience to make a game. Probably not. I would get too lazy. Or I would lose interest at some point, maybe. I don't know. Would be interesting to try to make an adventure game. Which reminds me, play Fractal Mind Mike's games at some point. Where do I need to go? Eldris, do you remember where I can find a pick? In the game. A pick, a pick, a pick, 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 pick. Strong, metallic, and pointy. It's the ice pick, I'm sure of it. There ain't nothing in there. So it's not the ice box. The ice block has melted a bit, rendering it a bit more transparent. There seems to be something frozen inside. Oh. The pick is in the ice block. Examining the block of ice with a loop, it does not reveal any additional information. You bash the ice block a few times with the hammer. That doesn't seem to be doing the trick. I need something pointier. If the hammer won't do the job, then what the hell will? Now I need to find another tool. Like a pick? Yeah, I need to get a pick to get the pick. I can think of only one thing comes to mind. Can I carry the poker? Hack ice with the trowel. No hacking in this game. Hit ice with trowel. This puzzle is actually the most un-Moon Logic thing ever. You take the kettle, but you resolve not to leave the kitchen with it. You can't imagine someone just walking away with your kettle. You eagerly pour some hot water onto the ice block. Aha! Some of the ice has melted away, revealing a wooden handle. Ice is expensive and surely hard to come by in these parts. I think I see something stuck in the ice. The boiling water has melted even more of the ice away, revealing a wooden handle. There's now a small wooden handle poking out of the top of the ice block. I wonder. Yep, it really looks like something is frozen in the block of ice. You bash the ice block a few times with a hammer. I guess I just keep using the kettle until it melts away completely. You don't need to do that anymore. You're fucking kidding me. Hangel. Get the hangel. After a few tugs, you are able to pull the wooden handle out of the ice block. The rest of the tool is pointy and middle. Hooray! It looks like I found an ice pick. Jack must have let the ice pick on top of the ice block, and when the ice melted and refroze, it gradually got smalled up. It's a simple ice pick with a wooden handle. Maybe you could use this as a substitute for a mineralogist's pick. You don't see anything exceptional about the ice pick, but it would make a fine pick for your field work. Alright, let's go obtain 3 samples. This is one of the flaws. You think you need to do more since the game doesn't sort of tell you solved it. Slightly annoying. This type of rock formation is exactly what I've been hoping to see. What a breathtaking view of the Canadian Shield. This is the heart of North American continent. 8 million square kilometers of Precambrian bedrock. What a marvel. What a nerd. Let's pick on a rock. You suck. That is his little effect. Get a sample. Don't disturb the cormorants. Oh, I'm sorry. How about get a sample here? Or not? I can't pick up the birdseed. Ah, but I got the duck call.
A duck! Where?
She's got to be the dumbest freaking idiot. Kimiko could be back any moment. What if she caught you going through her things? And it's probably locked up, besides. No. Hello? No. Hello? Hello? Oh. Bedrock, I want to remove that or else you fall out of the world and die. Well, you cannot remove bedrock. You chip a sample out of the cliff using the ice pick and the hammer. Hooray! Looks like I've obtained a good cliff sample. I still need to collect 2 more samples from outside the lodge. Rub sample on plate. Please be more specific about what sample you'd like to try. Rub cliff sample on plate. Because the specimens are embedded in the cliff sample, it's a bit too awkward to rub against the street plate. That's okay, it's still a nice sample and a good piece of field work. Yabba-dabba-doo. And there she is. Do you mind, miss? I'm busy here and cannot be disturbed. Oh, sorry. How can I make Albert leave so I can get a sample of the boulder? How do I usually annoy people? Ask about Carl. Yes? Do you know anyone by the name by that name, Mr. Frespa? No, Miss Maple, I do not. You're too curious. Excuse me? I was curious about your professional interest in this glacial erratic. This rock is granite, which is a type of intrusive igneous rock, but not the appropriate type. Will you please leave me alone? Granite has a high quartz content, whereas diamonds are found in ultra-basic rock that is low in quartz. What will make you stop? Furthermore, granite and diamonds don't even come from the same depth in the earth. Listen, Miss Nancy Maple, Mr. Respa. Yes, Miss Maple. I have had just about enough of your help. I'm returning to the lodge to get out of the sun. When I return to my work, you will not interrupt me. Do I make myself clear? Okay, Mr. Respa. I should take the advantage of Albert's absence and study that fascinating boulder. You chip a sample out of the glacial erratic using the ice pick and hammer. It's essential to make my fieldwork comprehensive and include anything geologically interesting, even if it doesn't apply to my goals. Maybe one day someone will be conducting fieldwork on glacial erratics, in which case my observations will be vital. I still need to collect 1 more sample from outside the lodge. You rub the sample from the glacial erratic onto the streak plate, but no streak is produced. This sample is granite, which has a Mohs hardness of 6, so I'm not surprised that it didn't make a streak on the plate. Albert is a little peeved at me already. I shouldn't antagonize him any further. Maybe if I ask him nicely, he'll let me borrow his tools. I have the boulder sample. I shouldn't delay Albert any further. I'll go have a word with him. Uh-oh. Where'd Albert's kit go? Uh-oh. Talk to Albert in the kitchen. Ask Albert about Kit. Oops. Is there a respite from you?
Should I ask him about his kit?
Kit? You mean... Kit? You mean Albert's kit? I got enough of them to keep track around here. You all are responsible for your own things.
Say, Mr. Respa, may I borrow a tool or two from your kit? I promise to put them right back when I'm done, once I'm done with them.
Certainly not. I've had enough of a break. I'm returning back to work now. Albert abruptly turns his heel and makes for the door. Albert is gone for a while. You're about to leave the kitchen when you hear his heavy footsteps once more. My field kit's gone. Did you do this, Jack? No, surely didn't. Where is it? Mr. Richards will hear of this. Who knows? Could be a bear carried it off. You can't go leaving stuff around lying around. I don't think Mr. Richards cares about your problems. Why don't you just sit tight until the bridge is repaired? Then you can go get out of here and never come back. My superiors will send me a replacement kit. Take me to the train station immediately. Car's broken. Darndest thing. I put it in the carriage house and the part broke out right off. I haven't got a replacement. Nathan's got a car and spare parts, only he's not around, you know. So please, go make yourself a drink and enjoy some of our northern hospitality. Albert glares, but says nothing.
Still need to collect one more sample from outside the lodge.
Oh yeah, the name on the telegraph tape in the train station, right? I don't know anyone named Carl, and there aren't many people in these parts. Maybe someone passing through? It was a pretty recent telegram since the ride after mine. Whoever he is, I hope he gets his message.
What did the telegram say?
I didn't read it. Once I only glanced at the name. It's his telegram, none of my business. The black in Spider's chat is also blacker than the black in my chat. I mean, the reason why it's blacker than your regular grayish, dark gray, that is the dark theme, is because I've removed it with the magic of filters. So it's pretty much your text is see-through up there. So if like I move the chat here, as you can see through. That's pretty much how everybody does it. It helps in the way of putting the chat where it belongs. It took me a while to actually balance it so that the text doesn't go, you know, like half opaque. That was a problem. It really was finagling the numbers just enough that it doesn't screw up the text. Now, one more sample needed. Where have we seen rocks? That is easy access. Gotta head out to pick up my nephew to spend time with me for the week. Hope to see you tomorrow, everybody. Thanks for the stream as always. Take care, Zampact. We'll see you later. Have a safe ride. Can I get a sample from here? This part of the riverbank looks slippery and dangerous. I should look elsewhere. Either that isn't here, or you see no need for that.
I can't leave yet. I haven't accomplished my goals.
1914. I have no idea where to get the third sample. That was the boulder. That was the cliffside. But where's the third? A couple of trees are clinging heroically to the side of the escarpment. This is the only place that has rocks, but how do I get it? I mean, if she won't use the freaking rope. Can I crawl? At first glance, it's clear that the cliff sample is igneous rock. This is consistent with what you'd expect for an area for garnets. The cliff sample boasts a variety of fine specimens. It's pocked with red and white stones. My, I can see why this area was so good for garnet mining. Upon closer inspection, you can see the cliff sample is coarse-grained, leading you to conclude it is an intrusive igneous rock. Diamond is an intrusive igneous rock, meaning they formed below the Earth's surface where they had time to form into larger crystals. It's possible that this area could be geologically suitable for diamonds. You look at the glacial sample. You took it for granite, and indeed it is. Closely examining the glacial sample with the loupe, you can definitely conclude that it is granite. The sample has a phaneritic texture. That means the crystals that make up this boulder can be seen by the naked eye. This particular specimen is composed mostly of quartz and some feldspar, which is typical. So don't take that for granted. Funny. Funny stuff. The trees are always trying to proclaim the clearings. It seems that Jack has his work cut out for him. Where, oh, where would the third temple be? Oh, where do we find that? If we can't get it from here, then where? I still feel that the rope is used here. Somehow. Aren't you a clever girl? Trying to use the loop on the loop. Hailers! I am liking this game a lot. Now my problem is how to get the third stone sample. I mean, the only place where I could get it is that waterfall, but it's dangerous to be there. So, there's no other stone around here. Oh, the canoe! Yeah. You prefer walking. Not in this case. Sail away, sail away, sail. The canoe appears to be made of animal hide. The river's current may be strong, but the canoe looks up for the task. Get in canoe. You'd rather not climb into a canoe that is docked in a fast-moving river. Stir the length of rope. Use rope. No, not use. Tie canoe. Climb in. Climb in. Climb into canoe. Pull canoe. The riverbed looks muddy and damp. It's an ideal location for taking mineralogical samples. I'm sure the mud in this area is full of interesting samples. Ooh. So it actually is this area. You dig a lump of dirt out of the riverbank. You're surprised at how deep you have to dig before you find minerals of any kind. You take advantage of the handy-dandy river and wash the dirt away from your sample. Wonderful! Looks like I've obtained a good sample from the riverbank. I've nearly finished my work for the day, but I really ought to rub the samples on my streak plate. A visual inspection of the river sample helps you separate the rocks from the possible minerals. Rocks are a combination of more than one mineral, so it's easy for me to remove those from the sample and by visual inspection. I've also removed the red stones from the sample, as those are clearly garnets and not the subject of this field work. There, now I can analyze the sample using other methods. The river sample now contains possible mineral specimens only. Closely examining the river sample with the loupe, you can see that some of the specimens have tiny arching scratches and a pitted frosted surface. Some of this is river glass, so I can eliminate those specimens from the sample. River glass and sea glass are bits of glass that has been tumbled with water and stones for years. It can sometimes look like minerals. The river sample requires a different analysis in order for you to learn more. Before I go out of the day, I'd like to rub my samples on my streak plate.
Oh, you would you?
After a visual inspection of the river sample, obviously unlikely diamond candidates have been eliminated. Rub river sample on plate. You rub the specimens from the river sample on the streak plate. One of the specimens produces a white streak. The streak plate probably has a Bose hardness of about 6.5, so this specimen is softer than that.
Since diamonds have a Mohs hardness of 10, I can conclude that this part of the specimen is not a diamond. The remaining specimens from the sample don't make any streaks on the streak plate. But a specimen doesn't make a streak. This is sometimes called a colorless streak. The streak plate has a Mohs hardness of 6.5 to 7. That means that minerals in this specimen are harder than that. Garnets can have a hardness up to 7.5. Diamonds have a Mohs hardness of 10, so they wouldn't make a streak. I wonder if Albert will let me borrow one of his Mohs hardness picks so I can test the remaining bits of my river specimen. Wonderful! I'm satisfied with my field work and analysis for today. It's getting late, but I'm pleased with my work today. Your stomach rumbles. It's dinner time! Proceed to dining room when you're ready to eat. Am I... So much time! Hey, Lord. There is a Lord John around. Ow. Pest figured it out. Crimson Diamond is good. Wow, I've certainly worked up an appetite. Jack has prepared a delicious dinner of salted pork and buttered parsnips. Margot hasn't come down for dinner. Evan says she's not feeling well. Outstanding! Fantastic detective work, Nancy. You're a natural. I guess this is a game's way of saying that I'm doing really well between chapters. So Albert, I hear your field kit was gone missing. Too bad. Albert narrows his eyes. Mr. Richards, you must realize this is merely a delay, nothing more. See, I don't know about that. There's a war on. Canada might have bigger fish to fry soon enough. I got a feeling all this could get forgotten about. Well, I won't have my possessions stolen. Surely the lodge has a way to secure valuables? Yeah, sure. There are 2 trunks in the upstairs closet. Jack's got the keys. I've only got a key for the blue trunk. You can lock up your stuff in there. That will have to do. And if something goes missing, there will be no mistaking who's to blame. And what about the automobile? Has it been fixed yet? Jack and I have looked at the automobile. I don't have the part with me, but I will bring it the next time I visit. I suppose that will have to do. I don't care, one way or the other. Everyone seems to be eager to escape the dinner table. Phew, these dishes are pretty tense. You follow Jack into the kitchen to help him with the dishes. Gee, thanks, miss. Oh, can you do me another favor? Take this bowl of broth up to Margot. She's still not feeling well. She's in a boudoir. She says being surrounded by beautiful things makes her feel better. Sure thing, Jack. Game has auto-saved. A steaming bowl of wholesome broth. The steam from the broth fogs up your loop. You can't really examine it more closely. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh. It's a myth the cormorants hunt fish to the price by fishermen. Unfortunately, the birds have been subject to many attempted exterminations. This colony suffered when Crimson was a garnet mining town, but it's recovered since. The nesting colony on the cliffs to the southwest of the lodge is the only intact example for many kilometers. I'm so relieved to hear the colony survived. Nature is so resilient. It is to a point.
But should the government return and claim this land for its so-called precious stones, the entire nesting colony will be at risk. This cannot be allowed to happen.
Oh dear. Nathan and Kimmy continue to chat about cormorants and other birds. You find yourself starting to nod off.
Boring conversation anyway. Look, we're gonna get company. You made me start with that. Mission accomplished. What key do you want to know about? Can't say I got much to say about that. Okay. I'm enjoying some peace and quiet. Keep us in the conservatory grilling net on the local wildlife.
This room is so distinguished and cozy, Mr. Richards.
Thanks, Nancy. It reminds me of my pa. Everything about my pa you can learn from exploring the lodge. This room especially. It was a bit grandiose and a dreamer, but he built to last. Ma insisted on the fancy frilly parlor as she knew it would appeal to city folk. And see, Nessa and Corvus love it in here. Love it in there. Smart boy and Ma. She's my gal. That's all. The visual's falling apart and barely used. I doubt they'll bother to repair it. Suits me just fine.
So you'd rather be trapped in here for all eternity, huh?
I mean, it's your home.
Yeah, I should have asked about a monkey. Good evening, Nessa. You're constantly underfoot, Nancy. I came up here for some peace and quiet. He seems completely uninterested in what's going on. Diamonds would actually make this land worth something. Diamonds are lovely gems, highly desirable, especially in Europe. A diamond mine would be a major boon. Crimson has the train station. If it wasn't for the trains, I doubt Crimson would still exist. Corvus Shaw is a brilliant lawyer. I don't much care for him. He serves his purpose. Wow. This lady is such a Karen. Not a pompous ass anymore. She's a Karen. Door's locked. Albert doesn't want any visitors. Corvus is here. Corvus Shaw is neatly dressed in black slacks and a striped vest with metal buttons. He seems like a very clever sort and with quite a sharp tongue. You can see why he gets along with Nessa so well. Hi, Corvus. What are you up to?
I'm doing important work right now to require privacy. I don't discuss my clients. He's not my client. Seems rather unfriendly. He serves his purpose. Wow, the same words. You're a Karen as well. No wonder they're made for each other. An odd duck. Not much more than the train station and the bridge. And this lodge, of course. A brilliant fellow, highly knowledgeable, and so sophisticated.
It's saying the exact same words.
This lodge was built years ago by Clint Richards. He was Evan and Nessa's father. He settled here to reap the riches of a burgeoning garnet mine. Even Evan Richards has lived here ever since, mistakenly believing he owns the place by virtue of that fact. The truth will out when we find the will. Mrs. Crabbe hired me to help her deal with the legal implications of the situation. We will determine who truly inherits this land, will or no. Canada is vast. Most of it appears to be trees and minerals of varying worth. Diamonds have no inherent worth, but are priced as the market demands, and there is high demand among the wealthy. There are plenty of tiny gardens scattered all over, but not enough to be really worth anything. Mrs. Graham tells me her parents came to this region to mine garnets. Those mines failed, and the town with it. Those matters don't concern me. What I know about that would probably go over your head. Sure. That's in that you know nothing.
Yes, who is it? Are you feeling okay, Margot? Today my body aches a bit. I've been feeling a bit under the weather recently. I will probably feel better tomorrow. Margot, Jack made some broth for you. Oh, it's so wonderful. Please set it down on this table.
Gate broth.
Evan ought to hire another man to help Jack, but there's no money for that. He is arrogant. A sour old woman. Yeah, and Evan sometimes talk late into the night, but Mama Cher will not discuss it with me. It is not my place to say. But Nessa is looking for a father's will. But Evan, he told me that their father never did not write one. He finds it funny to toy with her. I do not find it so funny. She's ruthless, but he does not see it. I've met people like her before. I will try to protect them. Oh, hello, Nessa. Nessa, what do you want? Jack asked me to bring this water up to you. And I thought we could have a little chat besides. I knew there was a catch. I know how hard it is for us women to make it in the world. Is that so? Indeed, especially for women who have lived particularly roughly, such as yourself. What do you mean? I have a very good memory for phases, and there's no mistaking one as pretty as yours. Not a bad bit of business up in Skagway. The Mounties never caught you, though they did try. There were wanted posters, pasted up as far south as Niagara Falls. Break it off with Devon, and leave Crimson, and maybe I won't tell. Nah, the things I've seen, the things I've done, you don't frighten me, old hag. You will get nothing, do you hear me? I will make sure of that. Skagway was lawless, because people looked the other way. But up here, there's no one to see what could happen. Watch out. I figured as much. Silly little gold digger. You watch out. There's a petite round side table with a silvery finish and a low rectangular wooden side table. The bowl of broth has spilled. Thankfully, it hasn't dripped onto the luxurious carpet. It's Margot's drinking glass. It's spotless and shiny. Cannot use carafe. Margot's reclining on a plush chaise lounge. She looks a little bit listless. I've lost my appetite, I'm afraid. This water will be enough for me. I wouldn't drink that if I were you, since she brought it to you. The pitcher is full of clear, refreshing water. The pitcher doesn't look particularly distinctive to you. Please leave my water alone. The bowl doesn't require closer examination to conclude it has spilled and its contents are pooling on the side table. Still, I advise against drinking that. I got a feeling we might have a corpse in the morning. They're alive. You're coming with me. There actually is one person that I want to talk to before we go. Well, whose will? Mine? Oh, the one Nessa must be hot for, our Pa's will. Ha! I probably shouldn't tell you this, but Pa never had a will, never bothered. But I do. And if she ever tries anything, she's in for a shock. I bet he's going to leave everything to Margot. Nancy, you should have seen the cormorants today. They were stunning.
I was there.
And I think I might have heard some ducks by the river, too.
I was there.
Oh, how nice. I totally wasn't there. Freaking crazy woman.
Good evening, Miss Maple. Did you get a chance to take a look around outside today?
I did. It was beautiful. I've never seen so many trees in my life.
I'm sorry, Nancy. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that, Miss Maple.
Oh, Nancy, the nesting colony of cormorants was a sight to see. I suppose being stuck here has its benefits. It really doesn't, you know.
They don't prey on the same fish that fishermen seek. That is a misconception.
I leave legal issues to the experts. Maybe you should speak to the lawyer about that.
My father told me that Richard Sr. promised this land would be returned to my family, but wasn't clear on when. I happen to know that Richard Sr. didn't have a will, but Evan does. I've said too much already. It is a complicated matter.
Ah, he's gonna leave the lodge and the land to him.
As a promise. Gotta leave it to the indigenous people. And Nessa can go and stick it up her ass. That's one thing I liked about Maniac Mansion. People don't just teleport around. I wonder how they teleported into that room in the first place. I mean, they haven't teleported around anywhere. Hey, April Ryan. Been a long time. There are two twin beds in this room with matching quilted covers. Your coat is hanging on the footboard of one of the beds. You don't need coat. You take your gray wool coat. Your trusty gray wool coat. Your wool coat is a bit threadbare, but it was your mom's and your son. It's your safety blanket. Aw, sweet. Margot involved in Skagway. NWMP is looking for her. Nessa is trying to blackmail Margot with this info. I gotta give the bowl to Jack. Open door. Hey, Cynics then. I enjoyed watching Julia make this game. I heard a lot of people did watch them making this. You clean up the spill and decide to take the empty bowl back downstairs for Jack to wash.
Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. You are so helpful. I don't have much of an appetite right now anyway. This water is not for me.
Still advise against it. I mean, this is my first experience with the game completely. I never watched anybody play it. I've been avoiding it because I wanted to play it myself, and here we are. You hand the empty bowl back to Jack. Thanks, miss. I really appreciate the help. Tell you what, I'll brew you up a cup of tea and bring it to you in the conservatory.
Gee, thanks.
You head into the conservatory. Nathan and Kimi are still talking about birds. You had no idea anyone could be so keen about a topic. Jack brings you a piping hot cup of chamomile tea from flowers he grew himself. Nice. It's so rare to hear music in this game, so I'm enjoying it now. The combination of the warm tea, the comfy couch, and the slightly boring conversation lull you to sleep. So she's gonna sleep here? Yep. You happily doze on the couch until you are woken by a commotion upstairs. You head towards the source of the noise and find yourself in Nessa's bedroom. Ooh, I didn't expect Nessa's. Chapter 2 complete. You rush into the room to find Nessa and Evan standing nearly nose to nose in a heated conversation.
Oh dear.
Oh, hi Nancy. No. Oh, hi Nancy.
Someone stole my ruby brooch. I demand you recover my brooch and bring the perpetrator to justice. There are so many suspicious people milling about.
You mean besides you?
Nathan, for one. It's obvious that he's hanging around just waiting for you to die so that he can finally get his hands on all of this. And then there's Margot.
Enough! It's clear that Evan is at his limit. His eyes flash with anger momentarily, but it fades just as quickly. He grimaces, shrugs, and then looks away. I got my hands full as it is. Curios smashed too. Bunch of stuff's gone.
What? Some of that's mine. Someone's robbing me blind. How dare you?
You probably misplaced your brooch. As for the curio, I bet you smashed it yourself. Because I told you I'd lost the curio key, and it was locked up tight. I know you're here to get what you think you're owed, any way you can. So don't expect any of my help.
Sputter.
I'm done with this. Keep your voice down, why don't you? Margot's resting. I'm gonna go check on her. Don't get me involved.
I should take a closer look at the jewelry box. And I should also examine the curio cabinet in the room I'm sharing with Kimmy. Oh, I remember reading a mystery novel where fingerprints helped solve a crime.
Game is all safe.
Chapter 3, Investigations. The brooch is worth a lot of money. You must find it for me. I'll see what I can do. What seems to be the matter, Nissa? Someone's broken into my jewelry box and stolen my very expensive ruby brooch. Oh dear. It's obvious to me that the Margot took it, the little vixen. Or maybe it was Nathan. He certainly comes and goes as he pleases. I don't trust him. Kimmy spends a lot of time upstairs. It could have been her.
I think I know who it is. They just don't see it. But I do.
The box is definitely empty. You wonder who could have done this. Powder box. I've now got this container that'd be perfect to hold any healthfully powdery substance I might come across. The sticky white tape I've got should be useful for lifting any fingerprints I find. I just need a powdery substance to reveal any fingerprints that might be on smooth surfaces. White tape to lift fingerprints from stuff. Put soot into a container. I mean soot. She don't like. Okay. Oh dear. Your eyes are immediately drawn to the smashed glass front of the curio cabinet, jagged shards litter the rug. You take some of the soot. The soot I've obtained is pretty powdery. It could help me reveal fingerprints. This tin is the perfect container to dispense the soot I've obtained. I should fill the tin with soot before I try dusting anything for fingerprints. It's a fine black powder. Put... Actually, inventory. You don't want to soil your lucky lupin by using it to examine the soot. Put soot in tin. You carefully pour the fine black soot into the powder compact. This could come in handy. I'm all set to ask people for their fingerprints, and to reveal fingerprints on smooth surfaces. And to lift those fingerprints with the sticky white tape. Maybe now I can get to the bottom of this. Uh-oh, the silver steins are missing. The front of the curio is bordered by jagged teeth of broken glass. Eek! Someone's broken the glass to gain access to the curio's contents. I wonder who could have done such a thing. Aha! Pondering the surface of the curio cabinet glass reveals a fingerprint. You tear off a piece of tape and press it into the powdered fingerprint. Carefully mark the back of this fingerprint as evidence taken from the curio cabinet.
Congratulations! You've obtained the fingerprint type. Compare your fingerprints to check which fingerprint you have yet to obtain.
Ask people for fingerprints, reveal prints on surfaces by applying powder and lift them to the tape. Margot is resting peacefully. She is ill and needs her rest. Powder glass. Ah, powder in Bargo 7 drinking glass and reveals a fingerprint. Tape. Fingerprint. Now, here's Margot's fingerprint. Powder the pitcher. Try as you might, dusting the surface of the jug doesn't reveal any distinct fingerprints. There are some markings here and there, but nothing identifiable. Dust box. Aha! The soot reveals a fingerprint on the side of the jewelry box. And mark the back of this fingerprint as evidence taken from Nessa's jewelry box. Compare fingerprints. I need a complete set of fingerprints from everyone in the lodge before I can make any definitive conclusions. Nessa would probably be cooperative if I asked her for a fingerprint. I haven't seen Corvus around. He may be in his room. Jack's probably too busy to help me. I'll need to figure something out. Kimmy's still downstairs in the conservatory, I think. Last I saw Nathan, he was downstairs in the conservatory talking with Kimmy. Albert's probably working in his room. I wonder where Mr. Richards is. Ask about fingerprint. Nessa, can I take your fingerprint? It might help me solve who burglared yours jewelry box. I read in a book that the fingerprint patterns are unique to individuals. I just need to apply some soot. Oh, fine. Do what you need. I'll do anything to find the culprit. You carefully brush some soot onto Nessa's finger, then press a square of adhesive plaster on top. Nessa makes a face while you do this, but says nothing. You've obtained a lovely, clear impression of Nessa's fingerprint. Can I now compare? Can I dust the suitcase?
Or powder the suitcase. I don't need to get a fingerprint from Margot anymore. I already got one from the glass that she drank from. I'm busy, I don't want to be disturbed. That may be so, but I need your fingerprint. I'm still quite busy, miss. Ask about the fingerprint. Nope. Powder glass. Yeah, apply some of the powdery soot to the drinking glass and jug. These are clean. No fingerprints. And whoever was asking about that painting here, that's a cat. A tuxedo cat. The waste paper basket is full of ink-splattered paper, most likely a result of Corvus's leaky pen. You find a particularly clear fingerprint specimen. Neatly tear it out and take it with you. You got Corvus's fingerprint. Got a piece of rice stuck there. Got it. Good evening, Jack. Thanks again for the tea. It was lovely. It was so relaxing that I nodded off on the couch for a bit. Glad you enjoyed it. Jack is putting jam into raw cookies on the tray. There's another tray by the window full of freshly baked cookies that are now cooling. That's about for the jam. I'm making up some thumbprint cookies. They're Margot's favorite. I'm hoping to get some food in her. She's not feeling well and doesn't have much of an appetite. Thought I had more jars of raspberry jam, though. Mr. Richards loved these cookies, too. He'll put a bunch of them in his pockets to snack on later. It makes doing his laundry a bit more challenging, but I guess I take it as a compliment. This is all up in arms about her ruby brooch going missing. And the silver steins are gone from the curio cabinet. I can tell Evan's upset by it, but he's trying not to let it show. Ask about fingerprint. Miss, I'm busy right now. I can't have you soiling my hands. Powder kettle. The rough wooden handle of the kettle wouldn't be an ideal to dust for prints. The salt shaker is large and made of silvery metal. The rock salt appears fairly unremarkable. Powder shaker. It's a good idea, but there's no telling who's touched the salt shaker. Even if I found fingerprints, I wouldn't be able to connect them to a specific person. Shit. How do we get your fingerprint? Can I just take the shaker? Hey, where do you think you're going with that? If you want to use the salt, just use it here in the kitchen. I probably shouldn't walk off with the salt. Jack wouldn't be too happy about that. table is crudely constructed but very sturdy. You surmise this room probably wasn't meant to be seen by a large guest when it was in business. There are raw cookies on a metal tray on the kitchen table. All of them but one is filled with raspberry jam. Which would you like to look at, the baked cookies or the raw cookie? One of the raw cookies on the tray on the kitchen table isn't filled with jam, it's just a lump of dough. Jack, is it okay if I take this raw cookie, the one without any jam?
Go right ahead. I ran out of jam anyway, so it's kind of a dud.
And now when we look at it, this raw cookie has a void where the raspberry jam ought to be. You can barely make out Jack's thumbprint in the soft, fresh dough. I wonder if there's a way for me to get Jack's thumbprint out of this. I need to find something that can make a real impression. Yes, Jack's thumbprint is visible in the hollow of the raw cookie, but it's difficult to compare to other fingerprints in its current state. I need to figure out the way to extract Jack's fingerprint. The raw cookie is far too fragile and hard to see right now. Well, that's what this is for. The candle wax. Put wax in cookie. This wax is still cold and hard. That won't suit my purposes. Melt wax. How would you like to melt the wax? Melt wax with kettle. Okay, if not the kettle, stove. Melt wax with stove. If you put the wax directly on the stove top to heat, it'll make a huge mess. Jack will be furious. I can't do that. Put wax in cup. You prefer to reserve the drinking glass for other purposes. Besides, it would be better for me to use something with a handle. Put wax in mug. You put the hardened candle wax into the blue mug. Put mug on stove. You hold the mug over the hot stove, heating and melting the wax inside. You then return the blue mug to your pocket. Oh, that's nice and warm. Put wax in cookie. You carefully pour the hot liquid magma wax into the hollow thumbprint cookie. Wonderful. I just need to chill the wax so that it sets up nice and hard. Open box. You open it. The ice block is rock solid and frosty. Put cookie in box. You put the wax-filled thumbprint cookie into the ice box. You close it. You wait an appropriate amount of time for the cookie to chill. That should just about do it. You remove the chilled wax-filled thumbprint cookie from the ice box. Brr. Terrific! The wax is rock hard, and the raw cookie dough has hardened too. Now to get the wax out of the cookie. Get wax. Melted wax is cooled and solidified. Now I must release the wax cast from this raw cookie. Chilled candle wax has become hardened and opaque. Hit cookie with hammer. Carefully use your improvised field tools to break apart the chilled cookie dough. And would you look at that? A perfect wax impression of Jack's fingerprint. Put soot on wax. That would benefit from application of soot. Tape. Actually, review. I need a complete set of fingerprints from everyone in the lodge before I can make any definitive conclusions. Kimmy's still downstairs. Let's so Nathan, Albert, and Mr. Richards. Okay, so that counts as Jack's fingerprint. The long, low table is simply constructed. Sturdy stoneware teapot is full of piping hot tea.
Hi, Nancy. I'm joining Nathan and I. We're having a fascinating conversation about local birds and their habits.
Maybe another time. There's been a theft? 2 thefts? So that's what the commotion upstairs was all about. It's truly a shame when these things happen. Ask about fingerprint.
Nessa's ruby roach has been gone missing and the curio cabinet has been broken into. I'm investigating both of these incidents. Collecting fingerprints from everyone in the lodge would be very helpful.
There have been thefts? That's not right. I'm happy to provide my fingerprint if that helps.
Thanks so much, Nathan.
Nathan patiently waits while you brush the soot onto his finger and press a square of adhesive plaster on top. Removing the square of adhesive plaster from Nathan's finger reveals a clear fingerprint.
Much appreciated.
Good luck.
Kimmy, someone stole the brooch from Nessa's jewelry box. And the curio cabinet in our room has been broken into. Could I get a fingerprint impression from you to help my investigation? I'm sorry, Nancy, but I don't want to get involved.
Well, that's a good idea. You don't currently have Kimmy's mug.
Pardon me, Nancy, I'm still drinking this. It's still nice and hot.
Shit. Suitcase. Get suitcase. You don't need Kimmy's luggage. Besides, where would you take it? Examine suitcase. Fine. I can think that the mug might be the way to get the fingerprint, but... You knocked lightly on Albert's door. Leave me alone, whoever it is. I'm busy. I'm rather busy at the moment, but I can smell delicious cookies downstairs. Why don't you be a helpful girl and bring one up to me? The nightstand is made of pine and has one drawer. There's a drinking glass and a water pitcher on its top. The soot slips off the smooth surface of the drinking glass. I suppose Albert hasn't touched this drinking glass yet. Red and blue is one of your favorite color combinations. The carpet is a pleasing pattern too. I wonder if he will give me a fingerprint if I get him a nice hot cookie. You take a freshly baked thumbprint cookie from the tray. This is a sharp impression of Jack's thumbprint, cast in hardened wax. This is a fantastic wax cast of Jack's thumbprint. You swell with pride. The thumbprint cookie looks delicious. It's filled with red raspberry jam. True to their names, the thumbprint cookies do have Jack's thumbprint imprinted into them. Ah, Jack's thumbprint forms the jam reservoir. Too bad it's not really a good sample for comparison. Ask about the fingerprint. Been thefts? I'm not surprised. My field kit went missing too, if you recall. No one helped me with that matter, so I shan't concern myself with this.
Say, Mr. Respa, how would you like this thumbprint cookie?
Albert's eyes light up. Splendid! That's just what I need. Thank you, miss. Albert thoroughly enjoys the cookie, licking his fingers and smacking his lips. Delicious! I could do with another if you find yourself downstairs again.
Sure thing.
What if I do a little bit of trick to this? Dip a cookie in absinthe. Damn it. Okay. Also, still need to find our Monsieur Richards. Well, he hasn't gone outside. Hey, Nancy, wanna play some billiards? Help me take my mind off things? Careful you don't scratch.
Scratch what?
The balls. If you scratch the cue ball, that's the white ball. It means you hit that one into one of the pockets.
And I don't want to do that?
Yes, you don't. I mean, no, you don't. Why don't you try hit the ball with the cue, and I'll give you some pointers. There. That's the spirit, Nancy. Come and hit a few balls with me. Just to slip that cue into your skirt. This is real upset about her missing ruby brooch. It's almost taken my parents as still silver steins from the curio cabinet. And Margot's not feeling well. It's too much. Say, you wanna play some billiards with me? Help me take my mind off things? No one's touched this stuff in ages. Jack still dusts everything, of course.
Maybe this will suit my purposes.
Eh? What'd you say?
Oh, never mind, just mumbling to myself.
Okay, so how about you get us started?
Sure.
Oh, wow. You know what? How about you just practice a bit? I'll give you some pointers. Try to follow through more.
Ah, gotcha.
Don't grip the cue so tight.
Okay, I'll try. I mean, try not to. I really think I'm getting better.
Sure thing, Nancy. How about I rank the balls again? You can try it from the top.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards, may I have your fingerprint? I'm helping Nissa investigate her jewelry box theft.
Helping this, eh? Look, I came down here to avoid that business. Is there enough going on around here as it is? How about you shoot the ball?
You can definitely see an indication of a fingerprint on the surface of the ball, but it's still hard to see and easy to smear. So do I just keep playing billiards until it's more... Actually, I have an idea. It wouldn't do for me to walk around with a pool cue. You return the pool cue to the cue stand. Unless I already have one? Nope. Get baked cookie. Give cookie to heaven.
No thanks, I already ate a bunch. I stuffed some in my pockets. Jack hates it when I do that. Crumbs everywhere. Oh, thanks for offering, Nancy. Eat baked. Okay. You eat the delicious thumbprint cookie. It's rich and buttery, and the raspberry jam is intensely colored and flavored, but not too sweet. Mmm, delicious. So I gotta keep playing until it's smeared the cue ball enough. I wonder if this is one of those moments where the solution is actually so easy, but I can't see it. Hey, no touching the balls unless they're in the pockets.
Sorry, I don't know much about billiards.
Can I now get the ball? What do I have to do here to get the ball so I can get your fingerprint, you bastard? F you. Billiards BS. She's not feeling too good. Sometimes she tries to hide it from me, and I worry. Jack's a good man, hard worker, quiet. I saw him in the conservatory. I asked him if he wants to play, but he'd rather talk birds with Kimi. She's quiet and stays out of the way. She's the opposite of my big sister. My pa built the place, rock solid. That was back in the day settlers came up here to mine garnets. It's not from around here, you mark my words. This whole business is just a waste of everyone's time. Well, it's starting to point that it isn't, that there actually might be diamonds around here. But how do you do this?